All right, good evening, everyone. We will call this meeting to order at 6:05 p.m. Has every member had an opportunity to read the agenda for today's meeting? If so, we'd like to entertain a motion of approval with the amendment to move Public Works into the staff report.
Motion to approve with the.
It's been a motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second. All in favor of said motion, please respond by saying aye. Okay, we'll do a thumbs up. So with Michaela's vote, that would be unanimous. Has every member had an opportunity to review the minutes from September 9th and October 2nd? If so, would entertain a motion for approval.
I just like to make a motion for that September 9th needs amendment. I was present for that meeting, but virtually.
Okay. So she was present virtually.
Thank you, Cameron.
All right, motion for approval with that amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Do we have anything?
Michaela's online.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
All right, before we jump into staff reports, I see a lot of new faces in here. I just want to let you know that this is the meeting of the District Advisory Board. As the council member, I am not a voting member. Most of the meeting, I will be quiet because this is the meeting of the DAB. I will answer questions addressed to me by either the public or the DAB. But aside from that, I am here to listen to the conversation on every agenda item and every zoning item. So if you're looking for me to give any rousing speeches, that is not my night tonight. I will be listening. When you are speaking, I will ask you to come up to the podium and give your name, address if you're comfortable, neighborhood if you're not. You'll have 5 minutes. We do keep track of that to give whatever points you want to make for the items in front of you. After that 5 minutes, if a DAB member asks you a question, you can definitely answer that. But if not, we just ask that you take your seat and the next person come up. If everyone is making the same point, definitely say ditto. And if you have some different information, we'd love to hear that as well. If your goal is to make the same point, note it. But again, we want to hear as much as we can tonight. So again, you'll get 5 minutes. We'll let you know when that happens. We'll always go out to the public and then we'll come back to the District Advisory Board during that time. So with that, we'll jump into staff reports, starting off with Wichita Fire.
Anything specific? Or I can talk about batteries, right? Daylight saving time, everybody knows to change the batteries in their smoke detectors, right? We've been beat up on that. But I really do want to talk to you about something that I think is ignored, and that is your smoke detectors only have a 10-year lifespan. So when you are changing those batteries, take a look. They should have a sticker in there with an expiration date. Your CO detectors only last 5 to 7 years. And when you do throw your batteries away, we encourage you to actually put tape over the terminals because they're 9 volts. Both terminals, the negative and positive, both sit on top. We've actually experienced fires where they get thrown in the trash. Then you can make that connection on a piece of aluminum foil or something like that. So that would be a tragedy to throw your house down when you try to use that. Other than that, again, I'm not a fire safety individual, but I also want to encourage you all to look at the difference between photoelectric and ionization smoke detectors. One looks for flame, one looks for smoke. If you can get a combination of the two, that is your best bet. You're going to spend a little bit more money, but some of the ionization detectors can take up to 30 minutes to detect smoke and alert you.
Any questions from Dad? I always have my November question. Thanksgiving's coming up. I want to fry a turkey. Should I do that in my living room?
Where you live. No, if you don't even remember anything that we say here today, go up and go out and look on YouTube. I can tell you last time I fried a turkey, I actually put on all my bunker gear and an air pack that I have at home. So those things scare me. But what you do want to do is put your turkey into your fryer and then fill it up with water instead of just guessing. And then you put the turkey in and it overflows.
Water?
Yeah, you can put water in there first to get an idea of how much, what the level is that you need to fry that turkey, then empty out the water and then put the grease in there. What happens a lot of times, we guess, and then we put the turkey in and then it overflows, and then that's where we have the fire. But with that said, to the point that the councilman member is making, don't do it in your living room. And even if you have a hose line available, that could actually just spread the fire. So you're gonna actually want a powder extinguisher.
Thank you. Any questions from the public? Thank you, sir.
Right.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
All right, item 2, Wichita Police Department.
Everybody hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm Officer Stark with the Wichita Police Department. I work up Patrol North 3 Policing. Couple updates. Graduation class that's currently in our class. We have 36 in the recruitment class right now. They are set to graduate January 16th. And they have 8 females in that class that will also be graduating. So we're just waiting for those to come out. The ones that just came out in July have 1 week left of FTO, and then they will be on their own. So in 1 week, we'll have all new officers on the streets. They're mainly going the second shift and nights, but they will be on the streets to assist us. We're coming up on colder weather, so that brings out all of our stolen vehicles. So a stolen vehicle update for you guys. We're still having problems with Kia and Hondas getting stolen. They created a somewhat of a fix, but Kia is still struggling with them. So if you own a Kia or a Hyundai, the only way around them breaking into your car and trying to is the good old fashioned club. I know we probably haven't seen those around in quite some time, but they're still out there. So if you put a club on your steering wheel and they see that before they break in to try to steal your Kia or Hyundai, then they're less likely to take it because they can't defeat that. So if you have any of those cars, they're still working on fixes for them on how to get around it, but that is your best option for right now. As far as warming, it's going to start getting colder out. I know a lot of these cars you can't drive without the key fob in it, but if you have an older vehicle and you go out to start your car, don't leave it running without somebody in it. Even if you're just running back inside to grab something, thieves are a crime of opportunity. So if they see somebody run in, that goes for Quick Trip, any of your convenience stores, don't leave it running in the parking lot because that's what they're looking for. Right now, we're also pushing out the Larceta autos. That goes for at home as well as at any of your businesses like Target, Walmart, when you're going shopping. The shopping season is coming. So I know we like to go to different stores and leave packages in cars, but that's what thieves are looking for. Also, don't leave your presents for your kids in your car to try to hide it from your kids, because thieves know to look in cars overnight. So take all of that in with you and don't leave any of that in your car. Some bureau stuff. We just finished up several trunk or treats in Halloween. We have not had any reported incidents between traffic and pedestrians involving Halloween. So that's good. We are proud of that. Patrol North will be out at a League 42 event at Sedgwick County Zoo this Wednesday night. It's a reschedule from last Wednesday because of the rain. We're going to be out there mingling with the kids as they go to the Wild Lights. It's put on by the Crime Commission. And then we have a city crew event with all the city crew mascots in November on the 16th. It's a Saturday from 2 to 4. And that'll be at Boston Rec Center. It's Legos. So if you have a young kid, get them signed up for city crew. And then going into next year, we want city crew to be even bigger. That's all I have from the police side. If you guys have any questions, throw them at me.
Questions from the dab? Seeing none. Questions from the public? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
That is unusual. Thank you.
Good evening. And I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Sergeant Alex Lucio. I recently been promoted to Sergeant, Patrol North, second shift. I am here between Saturday to Tuesday. I am off on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I've been with the department for 32 years, going on 33 next year. I did spend 3 years up north as community police officer for 42 feet. I went back south, as one of the police officers down there. During my time with the department, I've been working north and south Broadway, and detective wise, I've been with the gang unit and the burglary unit. So if you have any questions, you can always reach out to me. Contact me in the North Station, 21st and Hillside, and we'll be happy to answer any questions or get back in touch with you on concerns that you have. No questions of me, I'll let you guys go back to business. Yes, sir.
Quick trip at
Thank you.
Oliver and Central.
Yes. That incident, one of those incidents that we hate to see happen. We do have a suspect in regards to that. That person has been released out to the media that was reporting it. And we are still looking for that individual. So all department members are still out and about trying to locate that person and apprehend that incident. Yes, sir.
I just have a question, a personal question of what, does the police department ever get out of their cars and walk around the College Hill neighborhood, which to me would be a nice thing to do?
I'll be honest with you, the way we are called to call, it's gonna be hard for the officers to get out there and do something like that. I know when I was in patrol, we did have the staff, I was able to get out and walk around neighborhoods, which I enjoy doing, especially in the winter. We get a lot of stuff going on at night. I'll talk to my officers, encourage them when they do have some time, even if it's a minute or two, to walk the neighborhood.
Yeah, I would just suggest that might be the ounce of prevention that prevents a lot of these crimes from occurring.
And with this current class, I just got down with FTO, hopefully that'll give us a little bit more flexibility to let the officers, if we've got time, get out of our walk. So right now, basically bouncing from call to call to call. It'd be nice to get back to that place where we could be a little bit more proactive, be more visible. Any other comments?
Sure.
You guys take care, have a good evening.
All right, we will jump to item number 3, Wichita Public Library.
Hi, everyone. I'm Parker from Wichita Public Library, and I have some updates. We have some upcoming closings. November 11th, we're closed for Veterans Day. On the 27th, we'll close at 5 o'clock, and we will be closed all day on the 28th and 29th for Thanksgiving. We have an adult study coming up. It's going to be on the 8th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the Advanced Learning Library in the Conference Center. Registration is still open for teams who want to attend their vocabulary. Next, we have this month is Kansas Reads to Preschoolers Month, and we will be reading How to Hug a Porcupine by Lori Issa at many events throughout the city. We'll have an event on the 9th from 10:30 to 11:30 p.m. at the Advanced Learning Library. And after the story time, kids will have an opportunity to meet a real life porcupine thanks to we'll have another event on the 14th at the Alfred Branch. And then we'll have family pajama story time at Urban League. That's going to be on the 19th from 6:30 to 7. And we will be handing out free copies of the books at all of those events. So if you are interested in taking your kids, it's a good time. Also, the story will be on all of the story walks throughout the city, if you'd like to see that.
Yeah.
We'll have a make and take, Prickly Porcupines on the 23rd. That's going to be from 1 to 5 at the Evergreen Community Center and Library. Also, we'll have events for NaNoWriMo, that's National Novel Writing Month. More information on those events can be found at our website at wichitalibrary.org at our events page. And then finally, This month is also International Board Games Month, so if you come to one of our branches, we'll have board games available for you to play. And that's all I have. Did you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Park and Rec is. All right, Park and Rec is a filed report that you all may review in your packets. I don't know if anyone had anything they wanted to highlight from that, but that is a filed report. With that and the modified agenda, we'll jump to item 5, which would be Public Works.
Hello, my name is James Wagner. I'm an engineer from the City of Wichita Engineering Department. Going to give you an update on what we've got going on in this district. Going to try to go as quickly as possible. So if there's something that you need me to repeat, I'll do that at the end. But like to be able to try to run through these because it's about 4 pages long. The projects that we have under construction are Commerce and St. Francis. St. Francis is southbound only. The project began in June. And paving is underway, and our estimated completion is in the 3rd quarter of 2025. Edgemoor Plaza with Barclay is substantially complete. There's a shade trellis that's supposed to be coming in that still needs to be installed, and that's supposed to be done by the end of the year. Downtown streets, we have that done in phases, where Phillips Southern is doing all of our signal, sidewalk, etc. Kansas Paving is doing some of the surfacing, and then our pavement markings, our traffic control services, pending approval. And then we have some more repairs on the street that'll happen. They'll bid later this year. Dirt Street paving, we have 2 locations. One's on Batten, north of 9th Street. The other's on 16th Street between Pyatt and Ash. I believe those are supposed to start or bid in December. I'm not quite sure. I think we've got APAC on board already, so I think they started December. Pavement preservation, as you guys might know, that anybody's driving down Central lately, that Central between I-135 and Hillside is a little bit slow getting through occasionally. I struggle with that today, so and then phase 2 is coming for the week of 11/4. Douglas, Oliver to Woodlawn is complete. And then we also have microsurfacing, which is complete. This is the time of year where we start to wrap up most of those types of things. Crack seal is complete. Our concrete repairs are something that can be done in the wintertime. Washington, Lincoln, and Morris is one of those in some residential streets as well. And then we also have some other localized repairs. Edgemoor's getting some from English to Waterman as well. The Brewer Community Center is EB. They are currently started in July. Basically, the new building is supposed to be delivered here in December, and construction is estimated to complete in 2025. Got some more details on that if we need them. And I'm trying to expedite it. I'm going to skip over a couple of those. It's basically it's going from about 1,200 square foot to 2,600 square foot. So it's adding a lot to that area. Right now in design, we have a project, Bleckley Drainage, that's basically along Bleckley Street from Kellogg up to about just north of Central. It's a big undertaking. It's one of the bigger areas that we have for flooding in all of Wichita. And so right now we are currently trying to wrap up phase 1 design, where we're looking to hopefully be bidding here sometime in early 2025 and be under construction mid-year-ish to start with that section. And that's from Kellogg to Waterman, where that open channel is by the VA. It's in terrible condition, and we'll be lowering that. And that's the first step. We need to start building storm sewer for the rest of the neighborhoods, is getting that upgraded. 15th Street Bridge over the drainage canal, which is underneath I-135. Planning on changing that from a full street to a pedestrian bridge. We're working on incorporating our art design into the structural design, which is sometimes challenging. So we've got a meeting set up on how to do that a little bit more in depth coming up pretty soon. And let's see here. We are looking to have that ready to go, full final plans here early in 2025, and hopefully be done with it by the end of 2025. It's going to depend a little bit on how this design of the structures go and what all that details. So we still have a little ways to go between final design and knowing exactly what we have to do for the construction portion. 17th Street from I-135 to Hillside is basically connecting a couple dots. 17th west of I-135 has been upgraded, and 17th to the east of Hillside has been built up as well. So we're making that connection and changing that into similar to what you see on each side, the 3-lane approach. And that is expected to bid in end of 2025. So 37th Street from Hydraulic to Hillside, excuse me, is currently under design. It's not quite sure. Let's see here. That's again the 3-lane roadway, improving to a 3-lane roadway. Design underway. I'm not quite sure where we are on the field check plan. So next one, some of the all district projects we have in here are that you might be familiar with, are K96, I-135 to 21st Street, which is a big portion of this area where the talk is to expand from a 2-lane highway to a 3-lane highway with a ramp-to-ramp connection where you don't have to actually enter onto a lane of the highway in order to go from ramp to ramp. So it would be a huge, huge improvement for that northeast side of town. That's a KDOT project. WSP is the designer. And then Kellogg from K96 east to 159th Street with Trans Systems. They're currently under design of that. That's going to be improvements similar to what you've seen on the Kellogg, where it's going from a accessible road to a limited access highway and thoroughfare, so that you'll have a little bit longer stretch where you don't have to worry about getting tied up into traffic and making those stops. Ike right now has a project that's under construction in the North Junction. Everybody's seen that. I don't have a lot of stuff to go on that, but its estimated completion is in 2026, towards the end of 2026. They do have a website if you need that. It's www.i135gold.com. And then last is the multimodal facility downtown with Don Layer Construction. They are just getting underway. They just had a notice to proceed for construction that was October 14th of this year. So they're doing a little bit of site grading. That is all I currently have as far as updates. If you need me to repeat or go over anything, I can do that. Or any questions?
Questions from the staff? Seeing none, any questions from the public? Seeing none, thank you.
I will get out of your hair. Thank you, guys. Good luck with your meeting tonight.
That's knocking it out the park today. All right, on to item 6, updates, issues, and reports. I forget every month where I started last, so start with Nikayla. Do you have anything?
I do not.
All right. Wanda.
I was hoping Angela Buckner would have been here, but this past Saturday, my nonprofit Leads in Action, we hosted our 6th annual cheer showcase. It was from K through 8th grade girls in our community, kind of in partnership with the City League Football Organization. And it was an opportunity for our girls to be showcased. You know, the football season is all about the boys, but the girls work just as hard. And so we had 4 teams compete. We gave out trophies and medals, and it was a really good time. It was at Lynette Woodard. It's a beautiful facility, all the upgrades, and Angela opened the doors with the partnership with us, and it was a really good event. So we're looking forward to next year's event, and maybe it'll be at the Carl Brewer Center. Who knows?
With our youth members of Wichita, there's a new organization called Student Startup. If you go to their website, studentstartup.org, you can find things where young members in our community can start their own businesses, and Student Startup will help them find customers and people to help mentor them in finding their businesses. So
And if we go to, it's just studentstartup.org, not Wichita or anything? And does that include, is that a national organization or it's just a Wichita organization?
right now it's just locally in Wichita. So
Thank you. Okay, the only thing that's really nagging on me right now is the bicycle and just general walking and wheelchair access to things. And I'm asking people to go ahead and contact Bike Walk Wichita, because those are folks that are really in there digging, trying to be sure we have the best access possible. And we're looking at, on our side of town, sometimes it's nice to have an actual crosswalk between intersections, because the intersections can be, especially with the left turn thing, and then the designated timed right turns, it can be really, really hard on pedestrians and people in wheelchairs. So we probably need to, all as drivers, take a little extra care there too, when we have folks out on the streets.
I know the last stab, we talked about the city of Wichita and the transit system with paratransit. I had a conversation with Penny over there at the city of Wichita and the transit department, as well as paratransit. And I think there's just some misconceptions and interpretations of paratransit and how we serve people with disabilities in this community and accessing the transportation system. So I'm working with them and trying to get some factual information out to the people that provide support to people with disabilities. And hope to do that connection here soon. But also wanted to mention that the transit system, the city of Wichita, you can ride free tomorrow to get to your polling site. So just go to wichita.gov/transit. Oh, and lastly, I wanted to mention there is a survey out for the community to access and put in their insight about how the transit system could improve in the city of Wichita. I know our current system closes around 7:30, depending on the schedule and the structure of the rides. So I think it's important that we get in and fill out these surveys and how we can make improvements. And I don't know where they're at in that planning process right now. I think there might be some forums coming up in December, but I think it would also be nice to maybe have someone from transit come speak to Dad about how that survey is going and where we're at. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just real quick, about a year or so ago, the city council approved funding for a consulting firm to come in and help College Hill with a neighborhood plan. And we are still working through that plan. That steering committee has really ramped up, and we're meeting weekly at this point. So we've got a big list of items that was gathered from various community various points. So we did some focus groups, they did an open house, there were surveys sent out. So collecting all of this data, not only for the residents in College Hill, but then also the broader community as well. And so that data has now been compiled and it's going into a big list, and we are moving forward, hopefully, on creating a neighborhood plan for College Hill. And then the idea after putting that forward or that plan together would be to hopefully use that to inform some sort of protective overlay for the neighborhood. So we're still, I think, pretty far away from completion, but definitely still in the process of that. So just wanted to provide a brief update about that. And then also, you did know tomorrow's election day. So if you haven't voted, I definitely encourage you to get out tomorrow and vote. And that's all I have. No.
I'll just do my usual plug for, if you haven't heard yet, Proud of Wichita is Wichita's LGBTQ plus Chamber of Commerce. We do hold some regular events, including Out for Coffee, which happens the second Tuesday of the month. Never awake for it, 'cause it's like 7 o'clock in the morning. And then we also do a Thirsty Third Thursday. They're both great networking opportunities that are posted at local area businesses. And you can check out where they're going to be this month on our Facebook page, or if you want to learn more information about the chamber, you can at proudofwichita.org.
Awesome. All right, that concludes updates, issues, and reports. We will move to the public agenda. There are no scheduled items. So is there any off-agenda items that anyone would like to talk to the District Advisory Board that is not on the agenda currently? All right, we're all focused this evening. We'll move on to the next item, which is council member updates. I'll give a few. It's already been said a couple times, but tomorrow something big is happening. It's election day. So transit is free to get to your polling locations. We started that back in 2018. Try to remove barriers for people to go vote. So if you haven't voted, please vote. If the lines are long, stay in line. Your vote matters. If you are a late voter and you get there at 6:59, you're in line, stay in line. As long as you're there by 7, you can vote. If you have any issues, call the election office, 660-7100. If you call me, I'm calling the election office, so call the election office. But tomorrow is election day. Hope you go vote, make a plan to vote. And again, call the election office if you have any issues. Our breakfast Saturday was pretty awesome. We had soon-to-be judge-elect Jackie Kelly here speaking. The mayor of the Mayor's Youth Council, Ms. Amaya Williams, was here, as well as Lindsay Banaka, our Director of Cultural Arts and Services. Great breakfast. If you missed it and you have Facebook, we always keep everything on Facebook. You should go back and check it out. A lot of great information to share and an opportunity to get to know soon-to-be judge-elect. She also committed to coming back. Our breakfast next month, again, it's always the first Saturday of the month here in this room, 9:30 a.m. will feature the Violence Interrupter Group that is out there. They are really trying to help do more than what law enforcement can to engage in some of the violence we've seen in the community. And they are doing a really good job so far, but they really just got started. So hope to see more from them, but they'll be here at the December breakfast. Normally I give my annual wrap up then as well. But since they are there, I can condense my annual wrap up really short and let them have most of the breakfast. And if you like pancakes, eggs, sausage, all of that, you should come to the breakfast because we have that. Coffee's good too. They made it a little stronger this month. We are on track to open the emergency shelter by Thanksgiving, which was one of our goals over at Park, or what will soon be the MAC. So that is good. I'm glad to see that progress happening. So that should be open by Thanksgiving. Hopefully we don't have a lot of cold nights before that, but we are on track for that. Put in your calendars, November 19th is our next evening meeting. That means we will meet at 6 o'clock in the evening. So if you are off work and you want to come let us know what you think about some issues or items on the agenda, that is your meeting to come in the evening. Aside from that, tomorrow's meeting is at 9 a.m. Tomorrow is a meeting, if you are interested in all of our ARPA funded projects, we are closing out a lot of those tomorrow. So we'll be voting on things like the Healthy Corner Store Initiative, extending the violence interrupters, a number of other projects. So tomorrow's gonna be a long meeting. I think we've got 17 items. So normally that takes a little while. This council asks a lot more questions than normal, so we'll probably be there till close to 5 o'clock. But if you are interested in those ARPA projects, definitely show up tomorrow. With that, those are my main updates. I don't think I forgot anything, but if anyone has questions for me about those updates or anything else, happy to try to answer those. So any questions from the dad?
Question. So I was watching the news the other day about the MAC and how there is a proposal to do some transitional housing surrounding that area, and that some of the funding was lacking to do as much of that transitional housing as they originally hoped. Are there any, and you may or may not know this, but like any public, like private, like partnerships or funding or crowdsourcing that maybe the community could fundraise to help with that? Or I'm just trying to think. I think that working with our unhoused is a priority for most people in Wichita. A lot of people do want to give and they want good ways to give. I don't know, just an idea to float out there that if funding was short, that might be an opportunity perhaps.
No, I think that's a good idea. As the MAC comes online, I think it will be run by a nonprofit. So that might be the vehicle to raise funds for that. What we had a LIHTC application to try to get some additional support to build the housing. We didn't get it. And I think the reasoning was because we had a project within a mile or so that was funded the year before. So hopefully that changes for us next year, but I think that's a really good idea once we get that going to see if we can get some more support. We've been talking to the private sector anyway, just to say, of course, the city will chip in, but this is all of our challenge. So we all should chip in some way, shape or form. I think we will get some support as far as operations go initially, and then trying to get more for the housing piece.
I think it's a wonderful idea to that transitional housing, I guess, a more attention was given, I think, on the emergency shelter than maybe the expansion of the transitional housing. And I just thought that was a great idea. So, yeah.
Awesome people thinking through that stuff. Any other questions from Deb? Any questions from the public?
I read that there was a possible issue with funds coming from the state or from outside sources beyond the city of Wichita for the park school homeless initiative.
Yeah, that was part of the, part of it was the LIHTC, and then there's some additional funding we need from the state, which is a conversation we're having right now with leadership in the legislature. I mean, that won't really happen until they start the session in January, but they know what the needs are. We've been talking to them. We're gonna keep talking to them and hopefully we can see some support towards that. Any other questions? Man. Oh, I did forget one thing. We had our parking meeting for downtown. That meeting, well, we received a lot of feedback. Because of that feedback, the managers kind of worked on creating a fifth option for us to consider as well. That will be presented next week, November 7th. That meeting is at 6 p.m. at the Kansas Leadership Center. So if you are someone who likes or does not like downtown parking ideas, that'll be a good meeting to go to kind of hear what those options are for the council to consider. And to that November 19th meeting, that will be the meeting that we make a decision. So if you want to know those options, 4 of them, I think, have made the media, and I believe it's at parkwichita.com. But the fifth option still in the works. That'll be presented next week. So I want to get people's feedback on that as well. Since there are no other questions on once, twice.
Well, on the parking, if I may,
I saw it.
deferred maintenance.
how did that happen? I guess if I could just understand that, because I know there's budgeting, and so is that sometimes, because there's deferred maintenance has become an issue, not just with parking, but I think in other areas. So is it a line item during budgeting and negotiating cut? Well, we're not gonna do maintenance on garages this year, we're not gonna do it this year. How does that, why do we get so far behind?
It gets pushed off. So when I ran for office, deferred maintenance was a concern of many folks. We actually put more money in the CIP to catch up on deferred maintenance. So oftentimes it comes down to a priority of the council. A lot of folks blame the manager about a lot of stuff. The manager tries to present a budget and then the council decides what they want to do. So if we have to make a decision on $500,000 to fix this or put that towards something else, oftentimes the maintenance piece gets pushed off. And if it keeps getting pushed off, we end up in some of the situation we're in now.
So prior councils really do a job on, you know, a present council, whenever it just comes to a tipping point.
Yep.
It's really unfortunate. So is it $12 million of deferred maintenance? Is that the number?
It's about that, yeah.
Yeah, that's really. Well, at least now I know how.
It's always our fault. It is.
Well, it's other people's fault before
The
you.
meeting next week is at the Leadership Center's what night?
Thank you.
The 7th,
The 7th.
which I believe is Thursday.
Well, wait a minute, this is the
It's
seventh.
this week.
That is, yes,
Today's the fourth.
yes, this week, sorry about that. This week is 7th.
Okay.
I'm glad you asked that. It's this
6
week.
P.M.
Yep. Still thinking about lab. Any other questions? Any other topics? Seeing none, Jeannie got half a foot of water, so that's good, but it still need another 7.5 feet, so we are still in stage 2. We will move on to new business, item 10, PUD 2024-00019. Sorry, I'm not used to it. I apologize. All right, no worries. We are here tonight to discuss case PUD 2024-00019. This case is, the applicant is requesting an amendment to the Crown Uptown Theater Plan Unit Development, just PUD number 55. The applicant would like to increase the capacity of the theater, which is listed in the PUD, from 850 to 2,066 persons. Subject site is 0.53 acres in size and is generally located on the south side of East Douglas Avenue, within 100 feet east of North Hillside Avenue at 3207 East Douglas Avenue. The Crown Uptown Theater has existed at this location since the late 1920s. The on-site parking to the east of the building has been in existence since at least 1938. And the use and parking were established prior to off-street parking requirements codified by the Unified Zoning Code. PUD number 55 requires a minimum of 17 paved off-street parking spaces for all uses on the parcel. And the property indicates that they have had verbal agreements with several nearby properties that essentially equate to 500 parking spaces that they have verbal agreements. The character of the neighborhood is a mix between commercial and residential. Properties to the north are zoned GC, general commercial, and are developed with commercial storefronts. Properties to the south are zoned LC, limited commercial district, and B, multifamily residential district, and are developed with multifamily dwellings and a duplex. Property to the east is zoned GC and is developed with an art gallery, and property to the west is also zoned GC and is developed with a commercial storefront. A little bit of case history. On January 22nd, 1930, the subject site was platted as part of the Uptown Addition. In 2017, the Crown Uptown Theater PUD number 55 was established, and no other zoning cases are associated with this property. Subject site has access to East Douglas Avenue, a paved 4-lane arterial with sidewalks on both sides,
and all municipal services currently serve the site. Wichita Transit does provide regular service, specifically across East Douglas Avenue at the northeast corner of North Hillside and East Douglas, and then at the southwest corner of East Douglas and through Tan. These stops are also served by the Q line, which is a free weekday evening and Saturday route. The requested zone change is in partial conformance with community investments plan. The 2035 future growth concept map recommends the subject site is appropriate for new residential. And new residential is defined as areas of land that will likely be developed or redeveloped by 2035 with uses predominantly found in the residential category. But this area along East Douglas is an established commercial area, and the request is consistent with the plan. The locational guidelines of the plan, under development pattern, under the heading development pattern, guideline 2A encourages infill development that maximizes public investment in existing and planned infrastructure and services. We believe the request to increase the capacity of the Crown Uptown Theater could be seen as an opportunity for patrons of the theater to utilize a variety of transportation modes, including the Q line and rideshare companies, as opposed to purchasing adjacent property to create additional parking areas. The request is the request is in conformance with the Wichita Places for People plan. This plan identifies the site to be within an area of stability. And one of the goals of the Wichita Places for People plan is to promote walkable development that is oriented toward people balancing the use of automobiles. The proposed PUD amendment promotes walkable mixed-use development. It is important for walkable places to reduce the requirement of off-street parking, maximize the utilization of on-street parking, and encourage opportunities for shared, remote, or public parking. In addition to normal bus service, the Q line provides that free transit service that we've already mentioned from College Hill to Delano. So based on the information available at the time of public hearing, staff does recommend approval of the application and adherence to the recommended PUD text and the conditions that are listed in the staff report. This recommendation is based off the golden rules. I will state that we have received a couple of phone calls and letters in opposition of the request, and that MAPC did recommend approval as well. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Any questions from the DAB or staff? One.
All right, can you elaborate on the agreements you have, the verbal agreements you have for the 500 parking spaces?
Yeah, so it's not me, I'm just the planner that's working the case, but the applicant has indicated that they have roughly 500 parking spaces with nearby property owners for shared parking.
What would the typical parking allowance be if I wanted to build something today with like 2,100 occupancy?
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at the numbers. I think it's gonna be something around the number of one parking space per 3 or 4 seats in the theater. But that doesn't apply because the PUD exists and they're only required to have the 17.
Question. So is the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay, because I guess some sort of proof that, you know, there are these agreements for 500 parking spaces. Now, the parking in this area, is it subject to what the new parking plan is going to be for paid parking? If so, or is this area in a defined parking plan?
It is not.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as I know, it is not.
Okay.
It's not something that was discussed while writing the report. I think that because they're coming in before the College Hill plan is ratified or codified or whatever the case may be, it would not be, it would not have to adhere to that. But also, this has already gone through the PUD process and is only required to have those 17 parking spaces, off-street parking spaces.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is the new paid parking system the city is putting in, this area is not included in that parking.
I'll be honest, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
No.
It's not.
This is the sign.
So, I just want to throw out there that I'm looking at the 2021 study for on-street parking in College Hill. And it looks like they had, and this is kind of roughly the same area, a total of 319 spaces for that area. And that was roughly, yeah, and then there's percentages of occupation. Given the number that he threw out there, where for 4 seats in the theater into 2,100, that's 700 spaces. That's not nearly enough. I mean, sorry. And, you know, I don't know what the verbal agreements are, if that's with like Ace Hardware and Dillon's. Anyway, so just throwing that out.
I just appreciate the fact that you brought up the queue line, you know, and how we need to utilize that service. It's a free service that goes down Douglas and is able to assist with that and promoting, you know, a more walkable environment in that really cool neighborhood. And I think, I know I've spoken this before, that I just think Douglas is like the heart of Wichita, and it's really nice to see people walking and enjoying those local restaurants and, you know, this great iconic theater that we have that could do some really unique events in that area. So I see where a verbal agreement for 500, but technically we need what, 700, let's say. That's 200, I mean, but we need to utilize the resources that Wichita has to offer, which is the queue line. That's a free transport system to assist with that.
Does the queue line run?
It
All
does.
the hours, like
It
daytime?
does. It runs till midnight on Saturday, Friday and Saturday, I believe, or Saturday. It runs till midnight and 10 o'clock. I believe. I'll look it up because I actually.
They only
looked this
have
up the other
events
day.
Friday and Saturday?
No, they'll have events during the week as well, I'm sure. I mean, they're.
So just for decorum, keep the comments out there until we go out to the public, please. This is a DAB conversation.
I did look up the queue line just the other day to check out the hours.
You're talking about pretty big habits. I mean, as somebody who lives like within the parking area for Crown Uptown, when they have the big concerts, and right now their capacity is 850, my street, I've walked in my driveway. And then you've got foot traffic and you've got garbage. And I mean, those are big habits. Yes, should we be using the resources that the city pays for? Absolutely. Who's gonna make somebody do it?
Well, and then could you get stranded? You do take it there,
Exactly.
and then it's a night when it's done by 10 and then.
Yeah.
So it's Monday to Thursday from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday from midnight. It's not run on Sunday.
So, and it doesn't run during the day on the weekends, right?
Well, it opens at 5 p.m.
On Saturday and Sunday, because I think I've seen events there like midday,
Right.
Saturday and Saturday afternoon and all that, so that's the same. So queue line could help in rare circumstances.
This does give me this other concern about intersection traffic with pedestrians. Because I remember going to Crown Uptown one night when it was 9 degrees. And I couldn't get a chance to cross the street. It was interesting. But if we increase, you're more than doubling the capacity of the place. And I have been when we drove through Dillon's and the Ace Hardware parking area, and there were no places to park to go to Crown Uptown. It's already an issue. Now, yeah, maybe that was during the Christmas season when everyone is open and they're out shopping, but that's a big increase. That's a huge increase. And we gotta all think about that. be aware and see what solutions can be absolutely available.
So my question is, what exactly is the applicant asking?
So part of the PUD language that was established in 2017 is that it's limited to 850 persons. And so they're asking to amend that to increase the capacity to 2,066. Now you might also think, well, what about fire code? They wouldn't be able to go beyond what fire code is. So if they said 2,066, the fire came and said you can only limit it to 1,800 or whatever, they wouldn't be able to go past that 1,800. But it's my understanding that they've gotten word from fire that they could go to that. So you can ask the applicant about that.
So the request is just to increase the number inside the building as the building currently exists.
Any other questions from DAB for staff?
Do you know what the capacity has been in the past? Has it always been 800? What's the number again?
850. I don't believe so, but the applicant I know has more history on the capacity of what it has.
All right. You said the applicant was here?
Yes, and they.
Hear from the applicant, and then we'll go out to the public.
Thank you, Councilmember. My name is Jay Cook. I'm with Baughman Company, 315 South Ellis Avenue, agent on behalf of the applicant. So Crown Uptown it was built in the late 20s. Its capacity was 1,500 at the time. We were the engineering firm that drafted the PUD in 2017, and at the time, the owner wanted, I'm not really sure why, to limit the capacity to that 850. Since then, it has been purchased, and the new owner would like, who is our client now, would like to be able to use it to its full capacity of 2,066 people. We have a engineering report from GLMB, which is Tesserae now, that they did an overview, an occupancy review, and that is the capacity which has been agreed upon by the fire department. As far as parking goes, Wichita planning and the city really is pushing ride share, queue line, as you said. It does seem like a large increase in it, and it definitely is. 50 to 2,000 is not a small number. However, we feel with the on-street parking that is available downtown and there on Douglas, as well as some of the verbal agreements we have, should be more than sufficient to cover our events. Basically, just want to be able to use it to the full capacity. But 2,066 is what it could hold, and that's what we want to do. And I'll stand for any of your questions.
Questions for the agent?
So it has been operating as a dinner theater. Are they wanting to change that?
So what we're trying to do, change it from a dinner theater to bring in a little bit larger events. Not your Taylor Swifts of the world, possibly your up and coming artists that could draw a crowd of 2,000. There are several artists that we've reached out to, and my client has reached out to that has said, once you get to this capacity, I will come perform at your event, which is probably a middle grade artist, someone up on the up and coming. So that's what we're trying to target, is to make the Crown Uptown a lively, not just dinner theater, but offer that type of service, but also be able to host a larger concert or something of that nature.
With the parking is a definite concern.
Right.
And I'm gonna say this as somebody who lives there, and witnesses it and deals with it, right, when we do have events. And I've gone to my fair share of concerts and events at Crown Uptown. I like it, it's convenient, but it's also a pain in the butt sometimes. And our neighborhood is really popular. We have a lot of great nightlife, all up and down on Douglas. And so if there are other demands, right, if we only have 350 on-street parking spaces, then Margaritas and Harry's and Belmont, and everybody's popping and using those spaces, where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do?
I totally understand, and driving up here, I drove up Douglas to get here tonight from our office, and I noticed a lot of the businesses that are there. I think, you know, other venues like the Orpheum and places that don't have parking lots, I mean, people figure it out. They wanna go to a concert bad
But
enough.
it's
they'll figure-
downtown. There's
Right.
several big
Well, I know,
parking
I
lots,
understand,
yeah.
totally understand, and, you know, this is just, I mean, it was, Crown Uptown was built there, and I want our client to be able to use it to its fullest, and that's where we're at. I don't know how to, satisfy you with an answer,
Yeah.
but, I mean, it's just one of those things.
Do you think that they would consider a lesser amount, like maybe 1,000 or 1,500?
I think that to get the full effect of what they're wanting to do as far as bringing in the type of talent they want to bring in for artists and that sort of thing, that we really want to be able to get it to what its actual capacity is.
Are there other venues in town that are meeting that need? I'm thinking like Wave, the Cotillion.
Possibly, yeah. I would imagine that they can, I don't know what the Wave or Cotilion's occupancy is. I know I've gone to fairly large concerts at either one. We'll be able to be competitive and bring them down to Douglas, as you all have stated, this is the part of Wichita, if you will, the downtown, we want to be able to provide that.
Don't let me leave you hanging out here. I'm the applicant, and I think some of these questions, I might be able to address. What was the one that you asked about the wave specifically, or any of the other ones?
Right, yeah. So are there other venues that are meeting that need here in town that maybe are worse, like better equipped to handle those crowds? And really positioned, like Wave, for example, it's right in the middle of downtown and there's lots of really great parking in that area.
So you-
Same goes for the Orpheum.
So when you want to talk about the other venues in the markets, the Wave is an outdoor venue that holds 3,000 people.
Mhm.
And it can operate during certain times of the year. The Cotillion holds right at about 1,700, but their sightlines limit you to really about 1,300 or 1,400. For us, a little bit to clarify what the history of the building was, it was opened in 28, fully seated as a theater with 1,500 seats. In 1977, a gentleman bought it and wanted to convert it to a dinner theater. If you have dinner theater, whether it's Cat in a Hot Tin Roof or whatever that is, you pay to license that event by the number of seats that you can sell. He didn't want to sell 1,500 seats because he knew he couldn't sell that for dinner and do what he wanted to do. So they arbitrarily put a 550 capacity on the building in 1977. Fast forward 2 or 3 owners later to where I believe builders own the building. They came into the city, they wanted to renovate the property, they put on an electric, the thing was hit by fire or lightning at some point. So they said, look, we can't make this work at 550. So they came to the city, they put it in the PUD that this group worked on. And how they got to that number, I'm not really sure. I think it's with the way that the building is classified versus an A1 versus an A2. That's a whole other story. We bought the building unknowing of the 850 capacity restriction, or we wouldn't have. If you put 850 people in that building without tables and chairs, which is what it is now, we can flex that and put tables and chairs back in it, which change the capacity back down to 8 if it's fully seated. But if you put 850 people in there, they can stand like this and not touch each other. For example, in the balcony there, the city has it restricted to 34 people. And by code, it holds 300 and something. So not sure how. But when you ask about there are other venues in the market that could service that capacity, there are similar capacity venues, but I don't think they service the market. If you look at all the genres of entertainment that are available to you guys in Wichita, on any given night, there's 100 bands. And of that 100, 35 or 40 of them fit in that capacity. So for us to be able to compete with the asset that we purchased, we just want to do what code says we can do by the PUD that was created here and voted on in the city. And that's why we've hired the engineers and architects to support us.
So what about me who lives a couple of blocks behind there? And now all of a sudden I've got this rock concert, a venue where before I had a dinner theater. And so I'm dealing with a lot more traffic and a lot more problems and.
So you're saying that people who go to rock concerts are worse than people that go to dinner theaters, or?
It's a different crowd for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I got both, however.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't want to debate that, but look, we've had the conversation over the surface lots. There are, I think, 9 surface lots that we've negotiated with up and down Hillside, as well as Dillon's
Well, who are they?
Yeah, who are they?
But I can provide all of that.
So I will get
I
to the
mean, can't you
public
tell us
questions.
now?
Hold on. We will get to the public after the dab. Please keep those to yourself.
I will ask, who do you have agreements with?
We have agreements with Dr. Shaw, I believe, which is a neurology clinic. We have them with physical therapy clinic. We have them with the is it Holy Family? There are several other businesses up and down that street that I just can't recall off the top of my head. But we do have those. The other ones that have a national presence are a larger presence like Dillon's. There was an existing verbal agreement with Dillon's and Ace that we are going above and beyond to get it in writing.
So on that topic of these other lots, I'm assuming though, this is only this verbal agreement. Number one, it can be withdrawn at any time by the lot owner. Number two, they're probably, this verbal agreement isn't for anything that happens during the day.
And our I don't mean to interrupt, but our programming is typically targeted after 6 p.m.
Well, I've driven by there like Saturday afternoon, and there's certainly things happening.
In the last year.
I don't know.
He's saying they're changing.
Yeah, we bought the property back in September of last year in our daytime programming. And part of the thing that we want to do with this building is to get to this capacity where we can deliver the return that we look for.
Right.
Is it allows us to continue to do things for the community where we have a lot of opportunity to do fundraisers and things that when we're not making money in this building, I can't give the building for free to a cheer competition that wants to come in or keep the children's theater there because they don't know what the future of the building is. So a lot of things that we do with this increased capacity allows us to be a little bit more philanthropic in the market.
So meaning cheer competitions are typically during the day so that you wouldn't necessarily, your patrons wouldn't have access to some of those parking lots during the day, right?
Right, all of our, and if you look at the number of events that a venue like this would typically have in a year, if you go back and look historically at the Cotillion or the Wave, for a concert that we're gonna have more than 1,500 people in there, 1,200 people, probably won't happen more than 60 times a year.
Is that part of your business? plan?
60?
60.
Is that part of your business plan, or you start with 60 and you hope to grow? Is one question, but I don't want to forget this other part.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and will your patrons know? So I'm looking for a place to park. I'm coming down there on a Friday night. Is there a sign that says, oh, go park at Dillon's?
Right,
Or
and we
go
will
park
direct
at-
that through all of our online as well as our presence, that we will have signage at every one of those lots that says Crown parking available here
Online.
and on the lot itself.
Paying for Ubers too, or? Free
So,
taxi,
but
right?
on every one of those lots, you will have like a sign or a
Correct.
person.
Yes.
He's saying 6 to 12 hours.
Yeah. So that,
And our events curfew typically at 11 for all of our national tour shows.
but you can change that.
I could,
Anything you say today, really, you could change. Listen, I understand, maximize shareholder wealth. That's like, that's how I'm wired. That's how business people, but I'm looking at it now as a community person, right? So anything you say, I mean, you want this to be wildly financially successful, as you should, right?
Right, and I'm a big fan of Wichita. I've been coming here since 2000.
So you don't live here.
I do not.
Oh, well, okay, well, then Holston Seaton, so they're owners or they're just the legal representation?
Who?
Holston Seaton?
That's the engineering firm.
Holston Seaton is a law firm.
It's a law
Oh,
firm.
Folsom,
Hoffman is the planning, that's who I'm with, and then Polson is
Folsom is the law firm.
is
Oh, the law firm, okay, so they're an applicant only acting.
They're an
as-
applicant in a sense that they're an agent of the applicant.
Okay, all right, well, that's helpful, because I thought, why is a law firm buying? All right, well, businessman, from a businesswoman.
Yes, ma'am.
Shame on you for buying a business when you didn't know what the capacity was.
Shame on the title company, maybe.
Yeah, or yeah, whatever, then you should go back and like have words with them.
Well, we're preserving. Every building that we've done in the past has been historic. And we learned. I was part of the group that did the Scottish Rite building here in Temple Live as well, where we've had a capacity increase that I did.
Well, who manages it on site? I mean, you don't live here, so you're gonna go home and who do these good people complain to if, things aren't gonna work the way you hope they're gonna work. Verbal agreements don't get withdrawn, et cetera.
What are they complaining about?
Who do they complain to? You're not gonna be here. You don't live here.
I would assume that they would reach out to the property, to the venue, if there is a complaint.
So
We have websites with emails, we have phone numbers, we have office hours.
you have on-site person, right?
We have several people
Sure.
employed, yes.
Any other questions from Dab?
Would you consider a smaller number increase?
What's your plan B if you don't get this?
The plan, we don't know yet.
Tear it down.
Yeah, look,
There's not
I'm
a
gonna be
plan.
honest, the plan is that the building, we would have to determine what the use would be.
Sure.
And that could be where it's repositioned into day services building, I don't know, I mean, but you know, as you look at what your own study for the city of Wichita spells that area in the next 35 is multifamily or residential. But our intent would be to put all kinds of historic protection on that building to go forward.
Any other questions from Dab?
No, there's, you know, go ahead, sir.
All right, we'll go to the public. If you have questions for staff or the applicant or agent, please come to the podium, state your name, neighborhood, address. Feel comfortable?
Councilman, would you give us a time after they talk to?
Yeah. Take notes. That's what I was gonna say. Take notes, because we don't want to go back.
Do they have a time limit on how long?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stephen Holt and I own property on both sides of the Crown Theater, literally touching the Crown Theater on both sides. Been a College Hill resident 15 years, and I also currently serve on the College Hill Neighborhood Plan Committee. This is a committee that's being formed to address items just like this. This application is, the timing of this application is purposeful, based on trying to beat that plan being implemented. One thing I want to speak on, I got 4 points I want to speak on. I have a whole thing prepared. I would urge the board to ask me questions. I'm crazy prepared, but fearful of my 5 minutes. First and foremost, PUD 55 that was created in 2017. Their own agent has stated they don't know why the occupancy was 850. I can answer that. Previously, it was a dinner theater and a performing arts theater, and that had a certain occupancy. In 2017, the group that purchased it wanted to change that occupancy to a concert venue. That was the first time that they started producing concerts. That's what created the 850 rather than the ability of the building to have its entire occupancy in 1928 as a movie theater. Concerts, way different. Part of PUD 55 required that they have 17 off-street parking lots. That parking lot is directly to the east of the theater. I own an easement over that entire parking lot. My businesses can park there any time of the day, whenever we want. So there's one flaw with that 17. The second flaw with the 17 is for nearly the entire duration of their ownership. They have no place to store certain things for these musical acts. So they have a very large shipping container that has been stored on that, which takes up 3 of those parking spots. They have no place to put their trash cans, so they have the trash can in the back property line of the building, which takes up 1.5 or technically 2 spots. And then they list on their site plan that there are 5 spots adjoining my building, and there are 4. So at best, there are 12 to 13 parking stalls, so they are in violation of the PUD from 2017. Real quickly on parking, the queue line, a very important thing. Yes, we should all use a queue line. I live in College Hill, love it. What about the people in West Wichita? What about the people in Far East Wichita? You still have to drive to park somewhere and then get on the queue. I think it's a far-fetched ask that someone going to a concert is going to drive to near College Hill, wait, get on the queue, and then go. My second point is they're in violation of the golden rules of zoning, specifically number 3, quoting that rule. The extent to which removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. Can the uses allowed in the requested district be good neighbors to existing development? And the focus of this point should be on fact. I have a parking lot directly behind my building that is directly to the west. It is entirely our parking lot. Since they have taken over, they have, let me back up real quick. When you have a concert venue versus a dinner theater, musical acts bring in large tour buses and equipment trailers. They have nowhere to put them. So since they took over, their plan, because they don't have one, has been to steal my parking. We've asked them repeatedly to quit doing it. They do not. I have pictures. Real quickly, that's a 60-foot tour bus. You can see it sticking out of my driveway. And you can see that it is taking up all of our stalls. If you note the red truck in here, that person was blocked in on this particular night. One of my tenants is the Flying Pig Improv. They do small local theater shows similar to nights that the theater operates. There have been two occasions that their employees have literally been blocked in and unable to move because of this. So with regard to golden rule number 3, is it detrimental to the neighborhood? Yes. Is it detrimental to adjoining businesses? Yes. I am now without a parking lot because they feel it should just be theirs. Third point, the applicant has falsified information in this application, and it is a travesty that this has not been verified. First, they have lied about which properties they are saying they have verbal agreements with. We have one of those property owners here tonight that is going to attest that they said they had a verbal agreement, and she is going to let you know, no, they do not. Secondly, they've greatly exaggerated the amount of parking stalls. First, they're saying that Dillon's and Ace have granted verbal agreements. I think we can all go, what is a verbal agreement really? Secondly, these are not exclusive agreements. So if Dillon's has a busy night and Ace has a busy night, these parking stalls are basically worthless.
Unfortunately, that is your 5 minutes.
Extend just a little bit.
1 minute.
Even if those parking stalls did exist, there's nowhere near 500. Dillon's has 202, Ace has 62, and one other agreement that they have with, I believe the gentleman calls it tonight, is 25. So that's a grand total of 289, nowhere near the 490. Two real quick final points. In his presentation at the MAPC meeting, he very gloriously noted that they have had over 1,000 people at multiple shows. This is on video, by the way, this meeting. And there was still plenty of room even with 1,000 people. What kind of applicant are we talking about when the stated occupancy is 850 and they're bringing in 1,000 already? Very much a willingness to break the rules and not a regard for what's going on. Last and not least, the applicant has publicly threatened to tear this building down if this capacity isn't granted. This type of behavior and tactic of effectively using hostage-style negotiation tactics should be of special note to the neighborhood and its governing body. Do we really want to set a precedent of allowing developers to buy cherished historic buildings and then threaten to tear them down if they don't get what they want? And with that, but I have tons of information. Would love to have any questions.
Questions from that?
I have a question for you. Have you got a PDF packet you could make available? Do you have a website or?
I have a
somewhere you could make that available to us?
I have all of the information I could make available if given the proper channel to distribute.
You can email it to me and my card over here, and I can give you my card if you stay after.
Okay.
Any other questions from that?
I have a question for staff. Stephen mentioned the violation of the golden rule, and can you confirm whether or not there is a violation of the golden rule? And if so, why is there a recommendation from staff to approve if there is a violation of the golden rule?
Yeah, so,
Let me put the picture of my parking lot in front of you while you answer that.
no, that's fine, that was no bearing. So the PUD only requires 17 paved off-street parking spots. That does not change. So they are meeting that as far as we know and are concerned. If they are not meeting that, then, you know, that's something that code enforcement should be notified of, but that's not something that's been done before. So with the 17 required parking spaces, they're fulfilling that requirement.
Was your question about the golden rule though, and not their 17?
It was. I have a question for you though.
I love it.
So I'm glad you brought up the neighborhood plan. I have the College Hill neighborhood plan in front of me, which ironically I think is important. The two cases we're hearing tonight, I think drastically impact what the neighborhood is trying to do. What specifically in the neighborhood plan do you feel would get in the way of them being able to do this if the neighborhood plan was already set in motion and solidified?
The neighborhood plan that you have in front of you is starkly different than the neighborhood overlay plan that is currently being worked on. For about the past year, I have been a member of what is known as the College Hill Neighborhood Steering Committee. Councilman Johnson can speak to this also. That committee was formed in concert with consultants who specialize in neighborhood overlay plans. So the city has expended great financial resources with that consultant firm and a great amount of time and financial resources with the committee and all of our meetings over the past year. Those meetings were approximately every 6 weeks, but now we are very, very close to presenting to the city our final recommendations. And now we are meeting once a week as we hone in and get to that. And very much a topic in that is what to do about parking in general. And so I would urge the board, as I've urged MAPC and as I will urge, to be mindful that we're expending all these resources and a plan is a plan for a reason. And that means we figure out solutions and then implement. What we're being asked tonight to increase this capacity is to give the solution, give them what they want, and then ask them for a plan later. That's backwards. The whole point of planning is to figure these things out first. We are trying to do that in committee in a very broad sense that will apply to this building and all the others. Give us the time to complete that. These kinds of, we're not talking about a small 2-person thing here. This is a very big part of the neighborhood. So we're this close to presenting a plan. At minimum, we should defer a question like this until that plan's in place.
Seeing no other questions, thank you.
No other questions?
Any other speakers?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Robin Van Hussen. My husband and I live in College Hill. We also own most of the businesses on Douglas, across the street from the Crown Uptown and next to the Crown Uptown Dinner Theater. We're very proud of what we own. We love the community. We own Traditions Home building. We have Juliana Daniels. We have Coffee Days, which we all love. Jewel Angel, which is a wonderful entrepreneur that has, and we love the area. We also own most of the parking on that block. And we have a parking problem already. I love the area, but we have a parking problem. We work very hard to secure tenants that will work within what we have. I recently did not renew a restaurant because they were leaving. I did not ask them to leave. Let me make that clear. But we switched that to something that needed less parking because there's not enough parking. And we have to make it work for everybody in the area. So when they are asking to go from 850 to 2,066, I believe that's 1,216 more people. Let's say a bare minimum of 500 more parking spots. We don't have it now. I mean, we're constantly having to handle parking problems with all the parking lots that we do own. We have cross-use agreements with our own tenants, but we don't have any room for anybody else. And I try my best to make it work, and it's awesome. We also love Uptown Landing. That's a great asset. That added 189 new residences to College Hill. And guess what? It is full and there's a waiting list till May. But because of that, we also have had a real stretch on our parking. Parking is a problem now. I can't imagine what it's gonna be. No one has asked me to use any of my parking from this company. Now, we don't have any parking to spare anyhow, but it's surprising to me that they wouldn't have at least reached out to us in some form or another as a neighbor saying we're gonna be asking. I found it because My daily walk is from Oliver to East High every day, and I love it, but there's always parking issues in that area. We love all the development. We love the Belmont. We love Clifton Square. But we have people from Clifton Square parking in our parking because they can park there and walk to Clifton Square. So I'm just here to say, it is a problem. I also went today to Dillon's and talked to the manager. And I asked if there was a verbal agreement for parking. They said, absolutely not. They said they already have full capacity, and the problem is Margaritas and Harry's use their lot at night. Now, I shop at that Dillon's exclusively because I want to support it, and we desperately need a grocery store in that area. If I go on a Friday or Saturday night, I walk from the very edge of the parking lot to get into the store. I can't park anywhere close to it. So there just isn't, we already have a parking problem. It's a great group of entrepreneurs in that area. Reuben Saunders Gallery, Attitudes Dancewear, both of them are here tonight. And I'm just here to say it's already a problem, and how can we add 1,216 more occupancy to the Crown? And they don't have any parking. And I can also say, if there's 17 parking spots, I've never seen them. Any question?
Questions from Deb?
I've got a question for you. So, so you're a businesswoman.
Yes.
So you're a problem solver.
Yes.
So how would you solve that problem? Even just take this out of it. I mean, there's a problem, a parking problem there. I mean, you must ponder this. What is
I ponder it, and I think again, considering usage and being, trying to make effective decisions as far as, like I said, we really plan. When we get a new tenant, we want to make sure that they have enough parking, that they're not going to, I could have gotten much higher rates to lease to a restaurant, but it would have upset the whole plan. I think you just really have to work with the neighborhood. I also know people who moved from the area near Clifton Square because they couldn't get out of their own driveway. So, I think rideshare, I think within College Hill residents, walking, but that's not the answer. There's a parking issue. And it's a good problem to have. That is one of the prettiest, in my opinion, one of the prettiest blocks on Douglas Avenue. And people appreciate that and they love to attend it. I've had help from city council when we changed parking from 2 hours to 1 hour on Douglas, because we thought that might help a little bit too. So it's 1 hour parking on one side of the street, and daytime, nighttime, I invite you all to drive by there. The other thing I want to say is I'm extremely disappointed that the MAP, Metropolitan Area Planning Commission, I called Mr. Etherly over and over and emailed that they would approve that without any written agreements for parking, that they would recommend this for approval. I just don't understand why that should happen. Their name is Metropolitan Area Planning Commission. Where's the planning in this when there's no parking in one of the real highlight neighborhoods of Wichita? And like I say, I'm glad to answer questions. We owned the store for 38 years, Traditions Home. We still own the building. Fabulous new owners who live in College Hill. But we've lived and breathed that area since 1984. My original store was in 3203 East Douglas, which is right next to the Crown. And many times I'd have to call Ted and say, Ted, we have no parking. And he would always be so great about moving the cars, but literally there was no parking. And we would have to back a semi in at 5 a.m. in the morning to unload it with our furniture so as not to bother the other tenants in that area that have, businesses to run.
Any other questions from Deb? Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Evan Stump. I reside in the Hillcrest Apartment Building at 115 South Town. But I'm not here as a resident because we don't actually own real estate in the Hillcrest. We're stockholders in the company, but I am the president of the board of directors. And our building has a great concern about this increased capacity. Right now, people are completely disregarding the street parking, blocking, dangerously parking the ingress to our parking garage. We can't get in or out. They're parking in no parking zones on Oakland. I'm not saying that this establishment coming in, it's just generally speaking. It's a very dangerous situation for us if an ambulance comes, if first responders are required, they can't park. They can't get into our driveway because of the way people are parking. But parking is just one of our main concerns. Another one is security. In the last 6 months, we've had an increased number of trespassers in the back of our property trying to get through from Douglas to Oakland, where they parked in our private parking lot. They're climbing our fence, they're breaking our gates. And none of them have shown any respect to the property. We really feel like this much of an increase in the usage of the Crown Uptown, or the occupancy of the Crown Uptown, is going to increase the risk for not only our building and our property, but for the 90 families that live in the Hillcrest, and for the few commercial areas that we rent at the 3200 block of East Douglas, if you're familiar with the building. We're also concerned a little bit about the late night noise. If you've got people that are coming out of a concert and waiting at the queue, a good number of our residents face that corner and already have an issue with some of the noise with the late night. They're just increasing the risk for our families if this is approved. Trash has been, there's been an uptick in trash around the Hillcrest. And nobody's volunteering to help us keep it safe. That is, in a nutshell, our objections to this. And I appreciate the time that you spent. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. So the super tall building, very iconic, right?
It's a cooperative apartment building.
And now does every unit in that building have a parking space?
No.
Okay. So
We only have just under 70 parking spaces available in our parking garage. So at most, that's who has. We have a small private parking lot on Oakland on the southwest corner of our building. It only has 10 or 12 spots. So our residents and our stockholders can use that. But wait, it's tight. It's tight. A lot of us are having to park on the street. When I come home at night, a lot of times I'm having to park 3 blocks away and walking through dark streets to get home.
And how many units was there in the building again?
Originally, the apartment building had 100 units.
Okay.
Some of them have been combined. We have 93 units at this point.
About 75 then parking spaces.
That's about right, isn't it? Thank
So
you.
visitors to the families who live in the units have to find parking
Oh,
on
everything.
the street too.
Yeah.
Caregivers.
Yeah.
Visitors, caregivers, family. And Dr. Abai is very hesitant to allow anybody to park in the doctor's parking lot that's on the east side of Route. And so we're not really ever allowed to park in there either.
Question, so with the increase, you said in the trespassing, is it behind your building, like cutting through?
On Douglas, we have the archways that go behind our building, and that's the access to our parking garage.
Okay.
During the day, that passageway goes all the way through to Oakland.
Okay.
We lock off and gate off those southbound entrances at night so that, because we were having trouble with people speeding through there, or coming through and loitering and causing some security issues. We've also had to spend, I think, roughly 35,000 in the last year and a half on security cameras to try to help monitor this.
And do you see a correlation with the incidents and with Crown events, or is that you're just saying in general? Because I'm just trying to get a better understanding.
Parking is in general, parking, and we love, in the Hillcrest, all of the stockholders love the businesses up and down Douglas, and we do, we live within walking distance, that it's part of our home area. But they're very popular, and they draw in a lot of people. There's no street parking allowed. So.
Do you happen to know, and if you don't know, that's okay, but not having parking is one issue. What's the enforcement like? Because you mentioned that folks are parking in spaces that they should not. There's some studies that, what's the enforcement like?
For us,
Mhm.
we have started calling tow companies. We don't have the security staff. We have a valet in the garage, but that's only until 10 o'clock in the evening. We do not have the ability to hire security. And there is the police in this town are overwhelmed with, and it's hard for them to get in to help monitor it. They're very good to let us call and report people parking in our driveway. But we're not allowed to tow cars that are on the street. Just from our private lot. And as far as the trespassing, it's just in the past 6 months that we've had an increase. I don't know. I can't go out there at 11:30 and ask people that are inebriated where they're coming from.
I understand.
I might confront somebody at 5 p.m. Although I've been told I should.
No, you should not.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Trish Heilman. I'm 139 South Fountain. Just wanted to speak on some of the things that you've heard a little bit about. I'm also on the steering committee with Katie and with so many actually people here. And that's one of the big things that I want to just highlight is in the steering committee and the college neighborhood plan, we're trying to make plans. We're trying to make a balanced plan that actually has solutions for this stuff so that we can balance the business needs with the residents' needs, with the stated, when people gave us their feedback, they said, just don't tear our houses, don't tear houses down. And so we're, in part of the plan, we're saying, okay, so let's maximize, call it off-street, which one is it? What's on-street?
On-street.
On-street, off-street is parking lots, on-street is when you're on the side of the street. Sorry, it's all in my brain. Anyway, so we're trying to say that we want to grow up as a neighborhood, do more walking, and do more on-street parking. But the thing is, Crown Uptown has already been using a lot of on-street parking. They just always grew up, they never, back in the day, you didn't make parking lots, you just assumed people were parking, and they didn't have as many cars, a lot more walking, blah, blah, blah. We know this, right? So they've got this grandfathered in, no parking situation. But this is a lot of pressure on this area. This is a lot of pressure to go from 850 to 2,066. That's way more than double. This is a great business. This is a beautiful building. I totally appreciate you're wanting to make money, and we want you to make money. We want you to be successful. But this is a huge pressure cooker increase that I just ask, please defer this until it can be a part of the plan. And let the plan, this has come up now, we've all heard it. Let this be part of the plan and let us bring a solution that can actually bring good solutions versus the fights.
So with the plan, I know you guys are building this plan. I think that's great because, we have businesses that want to thrive, and we have homes that also want to be homes, and
Yes, ma'am.
it's a fine balance. So the plan, when is this plan going to be in fruition? What is the timeline of this plan, and what does that look like?
Sure, well, and we don't know exactly because it depends on how long we talk about each of these items, right? And so we have been a year working on this sucker, and we got sort of a draft doc, right? And this came from all the inputs, but now, has been said, we're meeting weekly for 2 hours at a stretch. So if you can imagine the investment of time of these 14 steering committee members over the year, been huge. And we're more and more, go, go, go. So we've heard estimate of like 2 months until we have a draft to bring to the community, because the community is gonna say some things, love, hate, there's gonna be a process, right? So when do we have an actual like, boom? I don't know, the contractor, thinks in like 4 to 6 months, actual instigatable plan? Is that a word? Doable plan?
Implementable.
There you go. I like that much better. Thank you. So anyway, but exactly. All sorts of instigating. Anyway, but that's the thought process. But this is really important.
And sure, I understand. And
yeah, I know you do.
Yeah, I get it. And I think it is a fine balance. And I was asking because we have these businesses that want to thrive, and they want to do great things for the community, but yet we're running and the buzzword obviously is party. And it's gonna be the buzzword the entire night. And I know it creates a lot of different feelings from everybody in this room. And so I appreciate that there's some sort of plan being put together, and maybe we need a little more information on that plan. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe we can get a copy of that, or I know Joseph, you have a draft over there, it looks like.
Yeah.
Did you get your draft?
I've been attending the meetings.
Okay, that's what I thought I maybe caught you next of you.
Honorary College Hill neighbor.
They're public meetings.
Okay.
So, and we appreciate Joseph's input.
Yeah.
So again, it's one of those things, the plan does actually say to not have as much or not have any parking lot requirements in order to get people to grow up and walk. The more parking lots you got, the less walkable it is. If we're trying to make things walkable, we actually don't want parking lots. However, I think we have to be smart, right? Because you don't want to throw a bunch of water on the grease fire. And I feel like more than doubling capacity on this place that's already really packed is water on a grease fire.
So question, so when this plan is done, is it gonna have authority or priority over what the city says? How's that gonna work? I mean, why is this plan even, why are we talking about it unless what that's gonna, any city or it will take over any city ordinances or?
So we have to have a neighborhood plan first, but if we have a plan in place, then at least it lets businesses know who want to come into the neighborhood, then would they be a good fit or not? Based off of what we have said in the community, this is our plan, this is our vision for the future of College Hill. Now, one of the other pieces of that, I think that most of the neighbors would like to see, or those that were surveyed, the majority who submitted feedback, it was like over 90% said, we would like to maybe see a protective overlay, which would then inform then the zoning request, right? So if you wanted to come in and we said no businesses with loudspeakers, and you had a business with a loudspeaker, automatically, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna be a good fit for the area, if that's a part of that overlay.
But the community, College Hill, you're not gonna be able to say, you're a business, we don't like you, we don't think you're a good fit, but then you can take that comment and to the city and say, you don't think you're a good fit, is that right? Or can you, as a community, say you're not a good fit for our neighborhood?
So the protective overlay informs all of this. So if somebody were to say loudspeakers, they want to apply for that, staff already sees that that's not a part of the plan, probably get a no on.
There's the plan first and then the protective overlay later, right? So in that interim.
The plan is good because if we have something in place and it kind of addresses this, then when the staff do the report, they can refer to the plan and say, oh, well, this isn't really something that fits, or, oh, this would be a great fit because this is what they've said in as a part. So, I mean, it wouldn't be anything with teeth, right? An overlay would be the teeth. And then this would be the, hey, you know, it would be really nice if you.
That's, and can I, and they aren't the first ones, community to do this, but they're probably one of the first ones that are, the city has really taken serious, and they're a model for other communities, and so that's why this plan is really important. So that other communities can model it as well, because our communities are important. So how do we make sure we're doing both, but making sure the community has a say in what's going on?
Yeah, well, and I agree with what you said. One of the things too is that people can still apply even against the plan, right? If you, there's even a protective overlay. We've had it where a developer says, I want you to boot this protective overlay off. So I want to be able to do a drive-through, right? And that's where we've got nailed as a neighborhood with precedent. And that's where we're so, you know, trying to be strategic on precedent, because that's where we've lost those cases, is that stuff. But what I'm saying is, even with this stuff, even with the teeth overlay stuff, businesses can still ask. And it's up to the neighborhood to say, no, here, we all came together and we all wanted this, and we all still have to, you know, speak up for each other. We have to speak up, and you guys do a great job hearing us. So thank you so much. Anybody?
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Trish Van Osdell with Reuben Founders Gallery. I am a neighbor to the east of the Crown. We've had strained parking for quite some time. I'm sure to think that more than 850 capacity should be allowed. We've had problems not during the night. We have openings that we have at night. We have artist talks at night, special events at night, but we also have our normal daytime traffic where we've had problems with parking. We've had to monitor the parking during the daytime. I just don't see where it's gonna work. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any questions, but it's just a concern.
Questions from that?
Oh, I have one. Just, have you heard anything about people doing in-depth research about parking for the community already?
No.
Has there been any?
Anyone else? Thank you.
Sure.
Any other speakers on this item?
I'll try to be brief. My name is Art Davis and I live in College Hill. My wife Robin has already passionately spoken to you. I would just say that we own the building, the Reuben Founders, and we own most of the buildings across the street. And we have the majority of the off-street parking that would be available. And it sounds to me like we would have to carry the burden if there are events at night that we're gonna have to do the repair and the maintenance on the property lots, and we have to do the cleanup afterwards. And I would just add this, that I know when the Uptown Landing came to this particular area of College Hill, they had to plan for parking, and they had an extensive plan, and they created lots of parking. And here we have the Crown Uptown Theater that has zero parking, zero off-street parking. And we're talking about a major change in usage from a dinner theater, nice sit-down, pleasant dinner theater, to wonderful events, bringing in major stars, which is a great thing for Wichita. But my concern is we're gonna bring in 1,000 cars per event, and we're talking about 60 events per year. And we're talking about the trailers that the stars are gonna wanna be in. We're talking about the equipment truck that's gonna bring all the equipment, and how long those equipment trucks are gonna be there, how long the trailers are gonna be there. I just don't see how this is workable. And my last point will simply be, we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a planning commission that is looking at all of these issues, and why are we putting the cart before the horse? Any questions?
Any questions from that?
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm a resident of College Hill. I live on Broadview, and Stephen is my husband. Effectively, I also own the parking lots, kind of, right? I wanted to speak to something that is personal because we all grew up with the Crown Theater and we have an affinity for it because we did go to the Little Mermaid and we have watched our nieces and our daughters at the dinner theater. And so that we have these beautiful family stories of that. But that is not what exists in the Crown Theater anymore. That's not what is in the middle of a cherished residential community. They are bringing a large concert venue. And I don't necessarily think in the neighborhood that I live in or in any of the neighborhoods you would live in, that you would want a large concert venue right in your backyard. That is vastly different than small children leaving the Saturday morning Little Mermaid. Like that's a very different crowd, different parking. There, I'm assuming, going to be, alcohol served there. What are we gonna do with these thousands of people that are leaving a concert inebriated in a large residential area? Also, speaking as a mother who did always attend the children's theater, they were no longer granted to use the facility. It was devastating for Wichita Children's Theater. They're now trying to house that performance art in their own theater where they also hold classes. And it's been a travesty for the owner of Wichita Children's Theater to do remarkable things for the children in our community with performance arts. And I encourage you as board members to reach out to her about the effect that it's had on her business and what she does try to do for the young performers in our community. Lastly, and the only thing I'm gonna say about it is, I think when we look at businesses, and as a business owner also, something about that is community and being neighborly to the other businesses around you and supporting one another and supporting local business. Robin spoke really beautifully about how if they had issues at the Crown Theater previously, she could call Ted and he'd say, oh my goodness, you're right, let's move those cars. When our tenants had the same problem, and they were blocked in and could not host their improv nights they had and or could not leave the property because trailers were parked behind them. With my child in the car, we were met by Mr. Brown saying, I'm not moving that effing truck. So I would not call that neighborly, and I would not call that a company owner who wants to support other local companies and be collaborative within the neighborhood that I would assume he would plan to support him. Also, as a business owner, you should probably do your market research and see what your immediate patrons want in the area. And I think that the College Hill community speaks fairly loudly about what they do and don't want in their community.
Yes, they do.
That's
Any questions from the deb? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
And Arthur Allen and I live in the Hillcrest since 1982. And finding out about this, nobody in my building was even aware that this had happened until last Thursday when I was informed of this decision. And as said earlier by someone, why the MAPC thinks that this is a great idea. I mean, would they want a 2,000 person event happening like Mr. Nix that lives in Mays and Mr. McKay that lives in Mays on a golf club, on a country club that he built? Would they want a 2,000 person, 1,000 car event in their back door? I don't think so. But we've actually had a resident killed at the corner of Hillside and Douglas getting across the street to go to the grocery store. So it does happen, and no one has gone that far in this discussion, but that will happen again. We already have such a problem on Oakland because the narrow, curvy nature of the street, people darting off, and it's going to be madness. We already have, when Margaritas is full, there's a lot, and the church lot on Hillside is already full. So this is just a terrible idea, which I don't understand the city planning people that just rubber stamp these things, but I really hope that you all will stop this cold. Please. Any questions?
Questions from Deb?
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Councilmember, if I may, could you ditto the parking? We've heard a lot about parking now. I've got kids at home I'd like to get to. We're gonna just keep talking about parking, I think. They understand that.
Aren't you professional? You're the one who needs to be.
All right.
My name's Jack Patton. I'm with 337 South Rutan, College Hill resident.
I'm here to defend my mediocre name from, Brad here. It was stated that, I was at the MACP meeting and that I spoke as a, official representative of the College Hill Neighborhood Association. I was speaking on myself, and that it was inferred, implied, whatever it was, that I fully supported the parking. I support the parking if there is a legitimate parking plan agreement that does not affect the housing or the livability of the neighborhood. It's a big if. I'm also kind of surprised as a former public works employee in the engineering department running projects of the concept of verbal agreements on parking. When I ran projects, we had to have areas to park heavy equipment, put storage for supplies and items of that nature. And if I would have gone up and told my boss, well, I have a verbal agreement on this, I would not have been able to retire from the city. I would have been looking for a job someplace else. That does not exist in as much as my relationship with the city and open parking for verbal agreements on anything like that. You mentioned the queue line. From our observation, most of that is going from College Hill downtown for free to come back. If somebody wants to park downtown and drive and use that to get to College Hill, you would have to be in the downtown area, which will soon be paid parking.
We'll see.
Maybe, we'll see. So, and I think it's great. I take the grandkids on the queue line and they just think that's just wonderful. They think grandpa's really doing something good for them. So, I'm kind of surprised that the planning and the engineering factor is not a little farther along. But I really hope this doesn't involve to a situation like we have with Wesley, where for the last 40 years, they've had a parking plan and have failed to execute it. That's Wesley. They have their own problems, but again, I approve if we can get all the parking set up where it doesn't affect the neighborhood or housing or anything like that. And any questions?
Questions for that? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else? There anybody else who wants to speak on this as well? All right, you? So we got two more speakers, that's it?
I'll be brief. I'm a retired trial lawyer, and I'm frankly shocked that somebody would come to a public hearing proposing that they have an amendment or an additional allowance dependent on parking. And you're standing up there, it'd be like me standing, and you're standing up there saying, well, yeah, we got these agreements with people and parking and some names I don't know. It'd be like me standing in front of a jury saying, we're gonna have, well, I don't know, some people come and testify. And they might say this, and they might say that, and probably they'll say this. I don't know who they are. I've personally never spoken to them myself or any of my staff. I mean, it just blows my mind. I mean, the burden is essentially on the person, as I see it, asking to have the number of people increase to say, I've got a list here, I'll hand it out. These are the people, usually you got a judge fighting with you, not to hand your evidence directly to the jury. And in this case, we don't even have any evidence. I mean, not just on the part of the owner, I guess you could say, well, maybe he's ignorant of the way these things work, although I doubt it. But his representative being ignorant as to how these things work, like coming in with a survey, and you're like, well, we put some rods down here, we put some rods down there, but we didn't, I just find it incredible. I'm not against these people being able to have big gatherings at this place. I mean, we've already perhaps gone past a certain point with people having the thing, but 60 gatherings of 1,500 to 2,000 people a year, you can't tell me where your parking is. I walk my pit bulls twice a day in that whole neighborhood. I live on South Roosevelt. I'm sorry, Dwayne Boyle, 405 South Roosevelt. So I live south of the park now. I used to live at First Persian on the southwest corner, across from where Jeff Rock sold his house. But I know that Victory in the Valley, they don't allow people to use their park. I don't know about Catholic Church, so I don't think they're going to be super happy when a bunch of people start parking in there. Being a lawyer, I know this. I'd be approached by clients and they'd say, well, can we do this with so-and-so next door? And I was like, yeah, when somebody gets mugged in that parking lot, you're going to get sued too. Because we lawyers have a saying, sue them all and let God sort them out later. So, and that's just a fact. That's just the way it is. And the insurance arrangements are incredible. When you make a deal with the city to use their property, you got to put the city on the insurance contract. You have to indemnify them, hold them harmless, hire separate counsel for them. I'd be standing here with my insurance contract saying, I already got all this lined up. And I'm willing to hire, people to direct traffic and that type of thing, like we do. And we already have enough problems sometimes, like even the church, they had their little race the other day, or the city's, whatever it was. And the Lewis became a freeway. And nobody had set up the signs correctly. So what did I do? I went out and grabbed signs that were laid down and I directed the traffic myself. Okay, I mean, it's not like any cop's gonna do anything because we never see any cops in College Hill, So that's the thing that surprised me. I'm not really against it. I'm just shocked that somebody would show up so ill-prepared. That's what I'm shocked by. And maybe I shouldn't be. I'm 68. Maybe nobody under 60 is prepared anymore. Maybe that's not a thing they do. Like, what is Mark Twain's real name? And the associate walks in my office and they're like, I don't know. But anyway, so that's the problem I have here. It's like, where are you going to keep? We're going to allow you to park, and what is your plan for handling the parking when you have this kind of thing go on? Who are you hiring to run your, cops? You hire private security? What? It's just kind of like, we want to make the best use of the building and make money. Fine, I'm not against that. I'm a capitalist. I was a lawyer. Okay, so retired. So that's the thing that gets me. I was like, really? Is this for real? Any questions?
Case closed.
The Chiefs are currently up. Anybody's my name is Kyle Calvin. I'm a College Hill resident. I live just right behind Clifton Square. I also have the property that is, I guess, one property away. It's across from Robin's property there. It's a building mural, home of the white building. I'm one of the ones that Mike contacted about asking for permission on parking, and I gave him permission. I didn't tell him. I guess I didn't have much of an issue with it. I was going to kind of share with you guys a couple of my thoughts why, but I really don't have a strong vested interest in this. They're using our lot pretty much already anyway, and they're going to continue to use it because we're so close. So I think for me, I was really excited to hear that they're going to have larger events. I love concerts and can't wait to go to more of them, especially in my own backyard. But I think for another thing that's just all the talk tonight has been about parking, and it really brings back to, it's kind of funny, like student government days at Fort Hays. I was really involved with student government, and at one point we hired engineers to come out because it was part of like our campaign. We're going to look at the parking issue at Fort Hays, and the engineers came back with all the studies. They looked at all the venues and the football fields and the basketball arenas all across the state, and the parking, and compared us to other universities. And it turns out like everybody got to class, everybody found a parking place. And for me, that I don't think a lot of people like the walk that's involved with going to the Crown Uptown events. They don't like it now. They're not going to like it when there's even further walk. But that's their choice to choose about whether or not they want to make that walk. And I guess that's where I came down on it was, I don't feel like there's already a parking problem. will continue to be. But to me, it felt more like a walking problem. And I don't want to make that decision for the potential patron of the Crown Uptown. I want to leave that to them to decide. So if they don't like parking, they'll stop buying tickets. They won't go to his shows and he'll have to downsize and go back to a dinner theater. So I think that's the perfect example of a capitalistic market. That's what's going to be on display with this new trial run. So there was that, and then I think just one final observation. I actually didn't know this was on the docket tonight, but we have, in the topic of parking, we have a parking, I think, permit as well, potentially on the ballot tonight. Immediately after this, to add parking less than 2 blocks away. I think it's really hard to hear us shut down this piece for parking reasons and then turn around and deny another permit that adds parking. So I think to try to juxtapose those two positions is really difficult. Anyway, I'll stand here for questions. Happy to answer any.
Questions from Deb? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if my count was correct, there are no more speakers on this zoning case. We will bring the discussion back to the DAB and allow the agent and applicant to respond. Just a reminder, whether you like their responses or not, let's please keep it down.
Definitely keep it less incendiary and a lot less ad hominem, but what was your name?
Kyle, come.
You just made my closing argument. You're about to hear about a parking lot. I know we've got a plan coming. These neighborhood plans, they take years to implement. I know you've been working on it for a long time. Once you get to the point where you can present it to the planning commission or city council, it just takes that much more time to do. We don't want to wait on having the opportunity to use the Crown Uptown to the fullest of its potential use. So that's the issue we have. Do we want parking lots or not? Because we could definitely do, buy some houses, tear them down, put up parking lots. Nobody wants that. We want to have a walkable neighborhood. We're not changing that any. Yes, the uptick of 850 to 2,000 is a lot. I'm not denying that. My company doesn't deny that. You all know that. But it's what the building holds. It was an intended use. One of the things that I heard, we're not changing the use of this. In the end, what we're doing tonight is simply a zoning matter. We're not changing the uses. We're only asking for an increase in the limited amount of people, or the amount of people that's allowed in the building. You could have been having concerts the whole time. It's just, you're not gonna get a lot of good artists at 850 people. It's not worth the artist's time. The ones that we're trying to get to. 1978, Golden versus Overland Park. Councilmember, I know you're aware of that, the zoning case. That's where the golden rules come from. And it's to make these decisions be a lot less arbitrary and a lot more down to a fact. So when Brad talks about the golden rules, the compliance to the community investments plan, the compliance to Wichita Places for People, eventually we'll have compliance to the neighborhood plan that'll be for College Hill, which will be very, very cool when that actually happens. But we believe that the planning staff with their expertise has put together golden factors and recommend approval based on the facts that they have here. And Alex said, parking is something that if it becomes a problem, it'll become a problem for the owner as well. And if that's the case, then we'll have to decide where we go from there. But I want you all to remember that this zoning case is simply a matter of people being allowed into the facility, not a usage change or anything like that. And I would ask how we vote on this, if the ultimate answer is that we don't want this, that we can at least specify in these golden rules where we are in disagreement so that we have that on the record. And I think with that, if you have any more questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I have a question for you. So, Bauman and Company, I guess I don't understand your role as agent, 'cause whenever I engage them for land and building surveys, right?
Yeah.
So what
we
is
do,
your role here with the,
so we do,
guide the zoning?
yeah, we do land surveying, engineering and planning.
Right, okay.
It all starts with planning. So my job is, I'm a planner. So I submit the application based off what the applicant wants. I come to these meetings. I try to explain our purpose in this, why we want what we want. That's it.
Well, then I would suggest that, you prep your client well in advance to be a good neighbor. We've had cases here where
So,
folks,
I'm sorry.
we've had cases here where folks were pretty upset about what was going on in their neighborhood. And the owner or the agent, they heard it proactively, talked to people. They were good neighbors. They were good partners for their neighborhood. And whether it's true or not, what the folks who took the time to come out here tonight, they are representing your client as not a good neighbor. The whole trash cleanup or not, being responsive when someone's vehicle is blocked in and they can't leave, that's not neighborly. So pick good neighbors or help your customers be good neighbors, and some of this would pretty much get resolved.
Yeah, and I don't, there a lot of things were stated, a lot of things with trash that, if there had been issues with Crown Uptown, there would have been code enforcement called, there would be a lot more police calls.
No, a lot of people don't know to call code enforcement. So here's a question, just like a yes or no. Do people from Crown Uptown after these concerts go out and about and pick up trash?
Yes, we do.
Okay, how far do you go?
We walk, our staff is directed to go up to the Belmont area. And we also go down Hillside and we go over into the Dillon's lots, and we have probably trespassed on their property and walked over. But in the last 3 weeks, I've been up in Wichita pretty much every night. And I've driven around College Hill specifically looking at parking, and I've taken photos and documented those. And Mr. and Mrs. Davis, I did reach out to you. I had a copy of an email that you sent to the city on October 8th. I did try to reach you guys to set a meeting to speak with you guys about what we were doing as well.
Never got a phone call.
The answer the answer to your question is yes, they do pick up the trash. If there is trash, it will be picked up.
Okay, so, and that's confirmed.
In the
I mean,
neighborhoods, like, do you go onto the actual neighborhood streets? Cause I've never seen anybody.
Yeah, in the year we've been there, we've had maybe 8 events that have happened. And then, I want to address a couple things that were mentioned earlier. Our neighbor to the west mentioned, we are in litigation with that. And we did enter into that litigation on our side. We did institute that lawsuit. The reason for that was that there were threats made that would have impacted our ability to operate the business even more than it is. I'm gonna let the courts decide that, and that's not what this meeting is about. This is a zoning question. And there was a comment about where we've had more than 1,000 people in the building. To clarify that, that's taken out of context. We had an event where we had 3 shows in one day, where there were 400 people at the time, and those time slots overlapped. So there was a parking stress in College Hill because we had 3 events in the same day. We had 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock. And during those events, none of our people parked in Mr. and Mrs. Davis's lots at any event that we've had, because they have very good signage that says they will tow you. Just like we have signage, like everybody in College Hill has signage on towing, because it is probably the most valuable resource in the market other than some of the great foods. So, we want to be good neighbors. Some of the things that were said tonight, I'm not even going to address. But we're preservationists. We have plans, a significant.
I can't bite my tongue. Throw me out if you need to. This is how good of a neighbor they are. Please pass those around.
I would ask that you not do that again, or I will have to have you removed.
I just have a few questions for the applicant. So Chelsea asked the question about the neighborhood or the plan that College Hill neighborhood is putting together. And I understand that these plans can take a long time, and as a business owner, I'm sure that impacts, but I'm curious, what impact will it have on your business if we were to wait the 4 to 6 months potentially?
So to give you a little idea of how the concert touring business works. So right now, the industry is scheduling events for October of 25. So if we have to make a commitment to Clint Black, who will be here in 2 weeks, we have to agree to pay him X amount of dollars. And we know that this happened, we booked this months ago. So for me to be able to go out and speak to a Dwight Yoakam or any artist that you think that would sell into the capacity of the 2000s, I have to commit to that show today or within the next 30 to 45 days to route out for the rest of the year. So I'm impacted that I can't maximize the use of the building by code, because if I go out and commit to that show and they say, yes, we want to be paid what we would get if there were 2,000 people there, but I can only sell 850 tickets, then we're way upside down on what we can do. So we don't even reach out to the artists that are in those capacities.
Someone mentioned the children's theater, and I'm just curious. I know that Crown Arts Collaborative used to frequent that building fairly often. What work do you do to work with some of those smaller fine arts or performing arts folks to offset maybe some revenue that you're missing now?
What's exactly?
Do you work with any local performing arts entities?
Yeah, we try to. I mean, we had the Crown Arts folks in there and they didn't stay. The children's theater that was in there that was during the day, they because of the uncertainty of what with the building, they've elected to go somewhere else. But those are all things that we'd like to have back. You know, we've had several fundraising events here. We did a Friends University event where we subsidize what our rental costs are to different charities and nonprofits.
You have a question?
Is there any opportunity to collaborate with the neighborhood here, compromise?
How so, sir?
I mean, to hear them, to engage them. I mean, I think that would be the first step.
I've listened and we've got an investment here in this market and we want to continue to invest. We had a significant investment plan on other assets here up until we had this hiccup.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Questions for staff? If not, it would be time to make a motion.
I motion to deny the application. The site golden rules that it's not a good fit for the neighborhood. It's not simply just a parking issue. That when you're talking about parking, it is a people issue as well. It is a safety issue, it is a health issue. That it's broader than just parking. When I moved into the neighborhood, the Crown was a dinner theater and occasionally held concerts. I mean, we're talking 60 concerts a year. There's 52 weeks in 1 year. That's more than a concert a week with over 2,000 people cramming into the neighborhood that is just not designed or set up infrastructure wise to hold it. I mean, you're talking security, you're talking parking, you're talking trash, you're talking noise pollution, right? So for all of those reasons, a residential area or a primary residential area is not a fit for this type of venue. So my motion for those very specific reasons would be to deny this request for an increase.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Are you open to an alternative motion to delay until the completion of the neighborhood? Are you, you're pretty set on?
Well,
I'm sorry, I think I may
I
have.
have information on that. So unfortunately, so what you can do is make a recommendation to the council member to make a recommendation at city council for that. What you can't do is defer indefinitely until a plan is finalized. I made sure that what the rules were with that, with my supervisor. So that's probably not an option, but what you can do is make a motion to have a city council recommend.
To delay it.
Yes, that would have to come from a city council.
And it doesn't have to be attached to a particular date.
It could be indefinite until the until the College Hill plan is finalized. But again, it would have to come from the council member himself at the city council meeting.
When is this going to council?
This would be going, sometime in December, it would be, or I honestly don't have.
December 3rd.
Yeah, December 3rd, thank you. To the city council.
I find this really interesting, this, that we're addressing Crown Uptown, and then we're also gonna be addressing a parking lot issue. And I think, that's just, we need to be really mindful of what our next agenda item is. And I think it's really unfortunate if we were to say, no, Crown Uptown cannot increase their capacity, when before they've been at 1,500 capacity. Granted, it's not 2,000, I understand that. And I also feel like when I mention other ways to make College Hill more walkable, I get a little resistance from the neighborhoods about using the Q line when it is a free resource, and our taxpayer money does go into that, and the city of Wichita has developed that so we could have more walkable places in neighborhoods. I love College Hill. I don't live in College Hill. I live very close to College Hill. My husband and I, we bike to College Hill often, and we enjoy everything that College Hill has to offer. I've been able to attend a Crown Uptown event recently with the new owners. I actually happened to go to the New Year's Eve event. And I will tell you, that was the coolest event ever. I mean, it was down, good natured fun. It was very safe there. I know it wasn't at the large capacity that the owners are asking for, but it was very nicely done. It had security. I didn't feel like it was overboard outside. And I know, and I understand when we speak to these business owners, we want them to keep the neighborhood clean. And I know we've had DAB meetings before, but that's a constant concern from, these people that live around these businesses. Well, the trash is bad, the trash is bad. And I think, that's just really unfortunate that those situations are being brought up, and then it's being said that, oh, that's the business owner's fault that the trash is bad, but we don't know that trash is coming from Crown Uptown. So I think overall it's just like really conflicting, because we're going to be hurting a potential business that could bring really good revenue. Yes, the capacity is quite higher. It doesn't seem like the applicant is willing to budge on changing those numbers. But the capacity has been 1,500 before. We have resources in College Hill to improve the walking. And I would just ask that maybe this be deferred to just for further discussion, or I don't know how to.
Is
I
that
know
a
we don't-
substitute motion?
Yes, substitute motion.
There is a substitute motion on the floor to defer.
Do we defer it to another?
You want
defer it to
staff to
city-
defer, or are you recommending to me that the city council defers?
I'm recommending to you that the city council.
So the motion has been made to recommend that the city council defer this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion in a second. We will be voting on that motion first as a substitute. Is there any discussion on that motion?
So I believe from a different zoning case that if they were to pull it, because if it goes through and it gets denied, they have to wait like 6 months or something. But if they were to pull it, right, then they wouldn't have to wait another 6 months, whatever. In the other case, when they pulled it, the other company worked with the neighborhoods, and they brought the thing back after you all were able to talk and come to some type of resolution. Would that be something you'd be willing to do?
Can I answer that?
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm just trying to find
I
a,
just don't want to forget. I don't want it to get confused.
At this time, we don't really want to pull it. We want to go ahead and go forward. I don't know. College Hill is a very passionate neighborhood. I don't know that we're going to change any minds. Whether we do it today, whether we do it 3 months from now, or do it a year from now, we're not going to change anybody's mind. So I appreciate that offer. I don't think that we've got the time to pull it, or the desire to pull the application.
This substitute motion, does that mean that we don't get to vote on that?
So if the substitute motion fails, we'll be back on the originals. If it passes, then that is it.
So in support of my position to find a substitute motion, I'd like to explain why I seconded the original motion. I have lived in College Hill, well, not College Hill, I've lived in Wichita for 15 plus years, and the majority of that time has been right in the immediate vicinity of the Crown Uptown. I've seen That's a Wonderful Life or White Christmas or whatever it was. I saw the Misfits concert there. It's a great venue. I love that venue. I like going to things there. I like going to things there when I live close because I can just walk there and not worry about all this parking. But in the bigger context of the DAB, I'm reminded that we spent a long time discussing about whether or not a sober living house should be allowed to add 6 occupants. That was going to increase the traffic on the street by about 4 cars. And more recently, we had an application for a business that wanted to put TVs with speakers on their patio. And the neighbors didn't like that. So they're not putting TVs with speakers on their patios, at least not right now. I don't have anything against the Crown establishment, like as a venue. I love the venue. Like I said, I've been there a lot of times for a lot of different things. But outside of the fact that there is no parking when you go to the venue, outside of that even, I try to imagine, I know what it's like when a show of 850 people or whatever lets out at 10 o'clock at night and it's busy. And it's not a slow intersection. People die in that intersection all the time. I struggle to even conceive of what 2,000 people walking out of a concert at midnight in that neighborhood looks like, even to get across the street, let alone what it does to the businesses and establishments next door. And we can talk about picking up trash, that's fine. But what about, I don't know about everybody, but when I get done with a rock concert, I'm pretty drunk. I've made some really dumb decisions when I've been drunk in the past, including property damage. So there's other things that need to be considered besides just parking. I know the Hillcrest building has had issues with their parking ever since before I even lived in this town. So that's a long-term solution. I don't know anybody in this case personally well enough to speak to whether they're a good neighbor or not. But from what I have seen, there just doesn't seem to be a lot of planning. There seems to be an aggressive timetable with a lot of money at the end of it, and that's fine if all the pieces are there. I just don't think they're there. I don't think they're gonna be there in December. I think kicking this can down the road is maybe irresponsible.
Councilmember Mann, I have a point of order. So I know there's an alternate motion on the floor. If it goes back to the original motion, the denial was based off of 2 things I heard, parking and use. So just to clarify, it's fine that you're making a motion of denial, that's 100% fine, but the use is not changing. So they are allowed to have concerts and things like that now. They will be continued to allow concerts even after this. So I just want to
But
make
the
that
usage is going up by 1,200.
capacity. is.
That's a lot. I mean,
Capacity
that's,
is, but
it,
that's
I
not
mean,
use, and I just wanted to make that clarification.
right.
So. that's all.
Well, we typically have the golden rules in front of us, and so I don't have access quick guide to that. And then we're not also provided the staff report prior to showing up tonight. So, I mean, if you've got a golden rule, if somebody's got a stack of golden rules, I can amend my motion.
Yeah, can you have your eardrum? That's strange.
You got the golden rules?
God, look at that. Would you like to keep the topic? I just wanted to make that clarification, because the use was not changing.
Right, and I didn't want to I didn't want to insinuate that the
It's
use
character.
was changing, but I think there's a comment that's argument to be made about the nature of the.
That's fine, that's fine.
Changing, but it's 2,000 person.
So while you're figuring that out, again, I just want to respond to some of the comments that have been made during these motions. And I'm not hearing the next zoning case. I don't know that we can, it could be apples and oranges. You know, if we're more than doubling the capacity of a venue versus adding, and since we don't have all the details, I don't know how many parking spaces. So I don't think one is dependent on the other, just my view. And then for the neighbors here, business is business. And if the owner can't make a living, or if that project can't support itself, I mean, he's threatened to tear it down, then you will kind of have brought that up on yourself, right? So that's just what's going through my neurodivergent brain. So how would you feel about that? Or maybe you would all be back here again, and, oh no, it's gonna tear it down, you have to stop it. When, if we don't give them the
You can't
parking.
stop it.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, then, but. they can
If he wants, if he wants to tear it down. it's
So-
private property.
With that, there's a motion on the floor. The motion that you all will be voting on first is the recommendation to the city council to defer this item until the plan is done. So that motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion?
I particularly, I want to just say, I think it's really important the time that the College Hill neighborhood has put into starting working on this neighborhood plan alongside city staff. And I know that everyone has not had access to it, and I think that's fair. Everybody can't be everywhere, but strategy 3 talks about improving parking to balance visitor, business, and residents' needs. So it's taking into consideration, or at least trying to take into consideration, they want to be a thriving and vibrant community and really look at what the needs of everybody in the community is. And it just says parking is a balancing act. Too much parking is detrimental to walkability and can erode the fabric of urban neighborhoods. Too little parking can impact businesses who rely on patrons from outside areas for their viability. By eliminating off-street parking requirements, it can help preserve the neighborhood character, which we've heard time and time again is really important to the College Hill neighbors. While shared use agreements, which we've not heard a lot of, what have we done to work through shared use agreements and wayfinding, which we didn't hear a lot about that either, can make better use of existing parking areas. Improving walkability and bikeability as outlined in the mobility goals can also reduce the strain for parking. So I think my logic in asking for the city council to delay this, which Abby said, great, like I agree, like I don't want to kick it down the road, but I also think that the due diligence has not been done to bring business and residents together to figure out if there is a compromise. Getting to an agreement on shared use parking, a conversation has to happen. If those conversations have not happened, then no one can adequately say yes or no, it won't happen. And at the end of the day, I mean, we need our neighborhoods and we need our businesses. And I think that this plan is saying that. And I think the residents of College Hill neighborhood is saying that. And I think a lot of resources, taxpayer dollars, have been put into investing in this plan and people's time. I go to those meetings, they're sitting in a room for 2 hours, going through bullet by bullet and having debate on down to like the vernacular of the words to make sure that residents and businesses have some sort of leeway here. So I think if we don't do our due diligence and allow the business owner, hopefully my hope is that you would engage the neighborhood. And even if you don't think it would be a productive conversation, that you at least make an attempt to do that. And I also hope neighbors would be willing to engage the businesses as well. We can't assume what the answer will be here based upon assumption. We've got to try. And I know that that's really uncomfortable, but I think we owe it to our community to do that. So that's my reason for supporting this alternative motion.
I'd just like to make one comment, and it kind of falls between the two motions. And that is, there's no question that parking is an issue now. And that's it. But the size of the venue in terms of people. We have churches in the area that have had, may have had 2,000 people one day a week. 1 day a week. 2,000 people on Friday night and Saturday night. That's a big impact. I mean, just as an example, it might be Thursday night and Monday night, you know, but very likely Friday night and Saturday night. That's that's like going to the arena and, you know, right in the middle of the neighborhood.
In College Hill, there's a 2,000 seat church.
It could be. I'm saying it could be.
Right.
But if it
People
were.
walk to mass.
Sir, come on now. I've said this 3 times. Please keep your comments to yourself if we're not on the public piece. I don't want to start talking about throwing people out. I'm trying to get through this meeting as well. I know you all have something to say on the next case. Can we just be cordial and stop the outburst? Please. It's my last time saying it. If it continues, I will start asking people to leave. Please continue.
Well, College Hill United Methodist, I've been in and we've had I've been there when it was full. But again, a church is 1 day a week on Sunday. Sunday morning is very rarely competing with any small business right there in the neighborhood. But still, if anything you're going to have that number of people, you know, is it really appropriate in, just ask you, is 2,000 people appropriate in a neighborhood? And it still is a neighborhood. Like I say, this falls between the two motions. But it's the way we need to think of the thing. That's a lot of movement. And I think the first thing I ever said on this was my concern about that intersection. It is dangerous, and it's gonna be more dangerous. It's gonna be more dangerous because population grows, you know, but safety and just appropriate. I just hope we all consider, just keep these things in mind.
Michaela.
Yeah, I have a question. So if the motion passes to defer and council gets that, you all will take that into consideration and either defer or vote on it. Is there a possibility to add a little piece to that and perhaps saying, as this stands, I don't know, that kind of merges the two. As this stands, we want to deny this, but we recommend deferring to revisit it. Because my thought is just, if we are asking to defer to when? And without giving maybe a bit more explanation in that, defer because why? Is my only kind of feedback question that we can maybe discuss a bit.
I think we can defer, like Joseph said, to have those discussions between the businesses and the residents to determine if that College Hill plan could provide kind of gateway into making College Hill the vibrant, I mean, it is a vibrant neighborhood, but also making sure that the residents and the businesses are working together. But would you guys say that plan's out 4 to 6 months?
But he just said we can't arbitrarily say when the plan is done because we don't know.
Yeah.
And I guess some of my concern would be too, is that if we don't have a decision and then it goes to city council, that they may end up making a decision no matter what, without us having
Input.
Exactly. That's my point, exactly. So we just say defer to when, defer why. It's just we're deferring it. And I'm trying to think of if I were getting this in front of me and the board the DAB was saying defer, okay, I'm gonna want to know, well, the other pieces. And if we don't defer it, well, then what is the recommendation? You know, obviously we are, or the motion on the floor is to defer. But if council wants to, we don't want to wait on this because we don't know when the plan, you know, the neighborhood plan is going to be complete. So we want to go ahead and vote on this, and then they don't have, as you just said, any direction from us. I think there needs to be a little bit more meat on that. To why, what are we deferring for, and is that a possibility that can be taken into consideration? So that's just my thoughts on that.
I think Chelsea answered my question, or answered the answer I would have given to Kayla, but I hear you, and I think there is a possibility that, you know, this DAB is just a recommending body in nature. But I think every month we hear community, about the importance of listening to community. The community has come together to work on a 22-page plan, and they're going through it line by line. And city has invested in resources to engage. And I'd be hard pressed. I would be very upset if city did not recognize the investment that's being made by this neighborhood and chose to ignore that for the sake of, we just got to move forward. And I think there's always levels of doubt of city may go against everything the DAB says. We've seen it done before. It is what it is, but I think standing on the principle of this neighborhood has been going line by line for 2 hours a week, sitting in a room down to the vernacular of words to say, this is what we want. And I don't hear residents saying that they don't want business. That's not what I hear at all. Saying we want to preserve the character of our neighborhood and feel respected and feel safe and figure out how we make this work. I don't think that's unreasonable, but we've not given them an opportunity to come together. So even if it's, let's delay it for a month and give them the opportunity to make the efforts together to have that conversation. And if they don't do that, then fine, city council can make that decision. But I think to go one way or the other is just not wise.
So I would be comfortable with that, having some sort of guideline of like, hey, we are wanting to defer for a month and allow the neighborhoods to have that conversation, or we're wanting to defer until the plan is complete, which could be a minimum, or 4 months. If that, I don't know if that could be amended. I think that would give a little bit more understanding of the deferral, like.
So with deferment is then that we're not gonna come back, it's not gonna come back to us for us to say thumbs up or thumbs down.
I think we're ready for a vote. And if it goes back to the original motion, I'm okay with that.
Can we, for clarity, just restate the pending motion?
Deferring it for the business and the residents to come together and have a discussion. Push it up to she asked for clarification.
That wasn't the motion. That's not the motion Joseph just made.
No, the motion, you said that you were gonna have the counselor take it to council.
Right.
Yes.
That's
Yes,
the
but that
motion.
gives them a time to have a discussion, the business and the residents, until what city council's in December.
But what the motion is we're voting on is whether we the alternative,
Right.
we've got two motions. One
Is denial.
is denial,
Right.
and one is the
Substitute.
Councilman Johnson will take it to the council.
With the recommendation.
So the recommendation isn't for me, it's that the city council will defer for those reasons.
And if nothing happens there, we don't get another opportunity to say anything about it. Is that correct?
Doesn't come back unless I make it come back.
Or you can go to the council.
And we are gonna remain aware, we're talking about community, and certainly the community meeting is primarily going to be residents. But that community also includes the small businesses there. We wanna be sure that that's on the table.
They're not compelled. I mean, we can delay it for that, if they don't wanna come, so nobody's compelled to meet.
So if there is no other discussion, then we are ready to vote on this motion. This is the substitute motion once again. So all in favor of said motion on deferment, respond by saying aye. Aye. And all of those not in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Yeah, let's do a roll call.
Like roll call.
Michaela, where are
I
you?
don't think it's tied.
It's not time.
But I need an accurate count. So everybody in favor, raise your hands for the motion.
For the-
Joseph.
The substitute.
Yeah. It's two. All right, hands down. All of those opposed, raise your hand. Yep. It was 2-4. All right, so that motion failed to recommend council defer. Now we're back on the original motion to deny. There has been a lot of discussion, so I'm sure there's no more discussion on that. So we'll do a hand vote on that too. So all in favor of the motion to deny, please raise your hand. 6. All opposed to denial, please raise your hand. All right, motion passes 6-2 to deny the increased capacity. With that, we'll move on to the next zoning case.
Quick question. Who made the motion to deny?
I did.
Okay,
The-
I did.
Abby. Next case, CON 2024-00210.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. I don't think I said it the first time because you caught me off guard, but they're releasing your parent to the MAPD. Now we're discussing on 2024-00210. This is a case where the applicant is requesting a conditional use for ancillary parking on properties zone TF3. The properties are also zoned GO general office and LC limited commercial, but the conditional use would only be for the TF3 portions. This subject site is generally located 1 block south of East Douglas Avenue, within 1/4 mile east of South Hillside Avenue. And the subject site does consist of 3 parcels, including 123 South Clifton Avenue, 125 South Clifton Avenue, and 3344 East Oakland Avenue. In 2021, the houses on the 2 Clifton properties were demolished, and below in your staff report is a table that describes the zoning for each of those properties, and a map of zoning is also attached to the staff report in attachment number 11. Again, only the portion of the properties that are zone TF3 require this conditional use, as ancillary parking is permitted by right in GO and the LC districts. The applicant does own multiple properties on the block, which are listed in the staff report in our attachment as attachment number 2. In 2021, the applicant submitted an application to rezone the subject site to a PUD planned unit development, permit ancillary parking and farmers market. On December 14th, 2021, the Wichita City Council denied the application. And then in 2023, the applicant again submitted an application for a conditional use to allow for ancillary parking. On April 4th of 2023, the City Council denied that request as well. Part of the Unified Zoning Code states that if the governing body denies a request, a similar application cannot be refiled for 1 year, meaning they just advertise public hearing date, and that would have been February 23rd of 2023. So the request for ancillary parking is the same as the previous request in 2023. So therefore, the applicant was required to wait that 1 year. And the proposed site plan has not changed since that 2023 proposal. Per the Unified Zoning Code, ancillary parking is permitted in the TF3 by conditional use, but is also subject to supplementary use regulations. And a review of the applicant's request and site plan regarding the supplementary use regulations is also contained in the staff report as attachment number 9. So because this is the third time going through this application, essentially, there's a lot of information that has been done in the past with parking studies and things like that. And I'm not going to go through all of those, but essentially, the parking studies have shown that the property owner has access to a total of 85 off-street parking spaces. In 2019, this property and properties to the west were included in an administrative adjustment that allowed a 22% parking reduction. So that permitted 64 spaces instead of the 82. So that's also in the report as attachment number 6. This adjustment took into account the total required parking spaces for all of the uses that the owners had, including the Belmont restaurant, and the available off-street parking spaces for the entirety of the applicant campus. And those numbers did exceed the number of required spaces for those uses. Additionally, there was a deficit of available parking spaces for the 3555 East Douglas use. And so there is a table there in the staff report that shows that with the adjustment, we were able to get to the number that was allowed at 64. In 2021, the applicant did conduct that parking count for the proposed PUD application. And that is listed as attachment number 3 in the staff report. This data shows that none of the surveyed parking locations exceeded the standard of 85% occupancy. And that occupancy standard is a parking industry standard that results in at least 1 to 2 parking spaces being unoccupied and available for parking. In 2023, planning staff commissioned a survey for the area near the subject site, and that's listed as attachment number 2 in the staff report. And the purpose of this study was to document the on-street and off-street parking capacity of the area and the utilization of that parking at various times. And so that data is tabulated or is attached as attachments number 4 and 5. Generally, the parking study showed that parking is available in the area and does not exceed that standard of 85% parking occupancy, except at 3200 block of East Oakland Avenue and the 100 block of South Buchanan Avenue. In addition, the parking survey showed that the average length of stay in many locations was over 3 hours per vehicle. So this indicates that parking spot turnover is not occurring frequently. In 2023, the applicant informed staff they do lease space from the Church of Scientology, which is across the street, east side of South Oakland, and use this parking lot for the employees of the Belmont restaurant. In 2024, the city of Wichita initiated the process to create the College Hill Neighborhood Plan. And the city council appointed the steering committee. At this time, the project team and the steering committee have developed craft strategies and actions for the plan. And then also in 2024, the property owner did open an additional retail and dining use at the subject site, which is Larcher's Happiness Plaza. Little context to the area. Property to the north is owned by the applicant, is owned LC, and is developed with that commercial center with 2 restaurants and a retail space. In 2019, this property was approved for that 22% reduction in parking spaces. Property to the south is zoned SF5, residential, single-family residential, and is developed with a single-family dwelling and an accessory structure. Property to the east is zoned GO, general office, and is developed as a place of worship with accessory parking. And in 1977, this property was approved for, and this is talking about the place of worship, the property with parking reduction from 27 to 23 spaces. Property to the west is zoned TF3, 2-family residential, and is developed with a duplex just a little bit more context, within 1/4 mile to the west and within 1/4 mile to the east are 4 non-residential properties that front East Douglas Avenue and have parking lots behind them. These 4 parking lots do abut East Oakland Avenue. In August 1887, the subject site was platted as part of the Lenore Edition. In 2021, then the PUD was applied for and was denied. And in 2023, the conditional use was applied for permit ancillary parking was denied. South Clifton Avenue is a paved two-way local street with sidewalks on both sides. East Oakland Avenue is a brick two-way local street, sidewalks on both sides. Wichita Transit has bus stops along East Douglas Avenue located 1 block north, and these stops are also served by the Q line, as we've discussed, is a weekday, evening, and Saturday route, and the site is served by municipal services. The proposed conditional use is not in conformance with community investments plan. The 2035 future growth map identifies and recommends this location of residential, which reflects the full diversity of residential development densities and types typically found in a large urban municipality. Then as far as the locational guidelines go, we've got, actually just one, under the heading development pattern, guideline 2A encourages the development maximizes public investment in existing and planned infrastructure services. So adding a parking lot to the subject site would not encourage maximizing the public transportation infrastructure that exists with Q line bus route. And the parking lot could encourage more patrons of the applicant-owned properties to drive to the location and use said parking lot. Also, redeveloping the site as a parking lot does not maximize the city's investment in public infrastructure, including city water and sewer, as much as if it were redeveloped buildings or structures. The proposed conditional use is also not in conformance with the Wichita Places for People plan. A goal of the Places for People plan is to promote walkable development that is oriented toward people, balancing the use of automobiles. This proposed conditional use promotes auto-oriented development, place promoting walkable mixed-use development. The subject site has already been approved for parking reduction, and the transit is available that we've already spoken about. And then also on-street parking is available near the site. And then, of course, the Q line also provides free transit service to the College Hill neighborhood. So based on the information available at the time of the public hearing, staff does recommend denial, and this is based off of the golden factors. I will state that there is an alternative action so that if the planning or if the DAB recommends that this is appropriate, you can adopt an alternative findings that are recommended in the staff report. And also that, as you might imagine, we've heard from many of the community members on this. I think the count right now is that we've received 46 comments. And I believe that 38 of them were in favor of the parking lot, the conditional use, and that roughly 8 were against. So just that knowledge for you there. And also the MAPC did recommend approval for the conditional use as well. With that, I can stand for
Any questions for staff?
I have a question, just curious that the 3 letters that are attached here are in support of allowing the parking lot. I mean, why just these 3 letters and how does that work?
Yeah, so we're required to send in our reports well before we get all the public comments. And so we send them both to the MAPC and to the DAB well before we get all of them. So that's why I kind of gave those numbers out so that you are aware that they're out there. Those will be included in the packet that the city council will receive, so that when I do receive them, I do put them in the current report, but it's after they're due, basically.
I have a question that's been bothering me since this thing first started years ago. Is there a way that, and if it's been addressed, I apologize. But when a parking lot is put in a neighborhood, is there a way to put up an 8-foot fence so that the glare from headlamps isn't shining into somebody's bedroom?
So they would be required to screen on the west side, where it abuts, residential. And then they would also, have to include landscaping kind of as a buffer on the south and the east side. So those things are in place. They would have to adhere to those things. So that,
That's something being enforced.
yes.
That's my bad.
So I'm not like digesting all this the way I should, right? So the city or the recommendation is to deny the application for parking, right?
For the conditional use, which is to permit ancillary parking.
Okay, but most of the comments that you have received are in favor.
Correct.
Make sure I got it right. Thanks.
So have you explained, I had to make the run. Why it's being denied? Why are they choosing to deny?
Yeah, we, as the golden rule is kind of stated, and the looking at the plans, for the, community investments plan, which is our growth policy, and the Wichita Places for People plan, which is discussing mobility again. We believe that, that creating a parking lot instead of having residential where it's, so the growth policy plan suggests that this particular location was good for residential. So that's what we kind of hang our hat on there. And then for the Wichita Places for People plan, it talks about encouraging development that maximizes infrastructure, and by putting a parking lot on there, it will not encourage the public transit infrastructure that we have with transit and things like that. But it also would not be as impactful to the services that we have as if it were a couple of residential houses. So those would be using the infrastructure to use water and sewer as a parking lot.
Okay, this is kind of like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I mean, it looks like this might be a solution to a problem for the community. And I know for a fact that people come from the west side to the Belmont. How do we get that to where it's not breaking the golden rule? There's got to be an avenue of way there for that to make more sense in the scales.
Sure, you know, that's a good question. City staff takes a look at the plans that we have, and we've talked about that a lot tonight. And so these are two plans that are in effect, and that's what we go off of. And so based off of those plans, this is our recommendation. If there is a path forward to approving it, we have laid out the alternative conditions so that you can, if this is what you so desire, you can recommend approval with those conditions, and it should at least mitigate some of the negative effects that we think that will occur.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, one question, one statement. I think for me, the denial, the recommendation for denial seems to lack a little nuance. In that I do understand that the property is currently zoned as residential, and that there currently is infrastructure where you can build more houses on it. But when you look at the evolving nature of Douglas Avenue, specifically, I guess, it seems like a parking lot would make it a better place for people. So that's just my question is currently with the proposed site plan or whatever, is there an estimated number of parking spots that will? be
Sure.
that?
And I haven't done the calculation of what they've proposed, the applicants are in, the audience, so they would probably have a better idea. One thing that we do, I would point out is that one of the recommended conditions, if you do so choose to recommend approval, is that the applicants would come back. So one thing that they're not allowed to do, if you take a look at the site plan, and I only printed off so many pages of this report because I think it's 90 total with all the public comments, so forgive me, but they do have parking spaces in the side yards setback, which is along Oakland. And then they also have parking spaces that are within the front yard setback, which is on the east side. And so we are asking that if you do recommend approval, you do so with the conditions that are listed, and that includes that they would come back and either get a variance or an adjustment, whichever one is more appropriate, which we're not really sure, but one of those two avenues to get where they can get that parking where they want. And if they can't, then they would have to abide by the code, which states that no parking can be in the side or the front yard setback. So that's a little bit of, that's not specific to what you asked, but it is a little bit more information to the site plan.
The available area that they could.
Any other questions for staff? Invite the applicants up. Yeah. We got it.
Hello, I'm Ryan Francisco, and I'm here, we're here tonight because we do have a well-planned parking solution. So I'm one of the owners of Happiness Plaza. That includes the multi-tenant building at 3555 that has the Belmont restaurant, which is a full-service sit-down restaurant, as well as our newest concept, Larcher's, which is a neighborhood market. And then the two standalone commercial houses to the west, one being Chant the Salon and the other being our third F&B concept, Frost, which is a neighborhood ice cream, dessert, and pastry shop. It's kind of a high-level overview of all of Happiness Plaza.
Sorry, I'm gonna grab these over here next to me.
Right, just need to let you as well.
We go one more. So this first one shows the original application that we had done previously, and we had two exits and entrances, one off of Clifton, one off of Oakland. The changes that we brought forth now is removing the exit that was back out onto Oakland, keeping the entrance and exit off of Clifton, which is adjacent to the parking that we currently rent from the Church of Scientology to the east. You know, some of the concerns that come up with parking is headlights and items that we've heard previously. You know, our thought process through the entirety of this has been, you know, the house to the west and maintaining the fence that's required by city code and making sure that it's not anything that would impact that house. The gentleman that owns that house is actually in favor of the parking lot. Everything that is to the north is the backside of Happiness Plaza, so no headlights would impact the back of the business that is there. Church of Scientology is to the east. They're in favor of the parking lot as well as have some raised, find where I'm at here.
here and here are both the Church of Scientology, but they have a lot of bushes, and it's elevated quite a bit higher than what we are as well. Plus, our additional landscaping would hide those headlights as well. And then down to the bottom right is 200 Clifton Place, which there's a letter that's attached here that they're unanimously, all 25 condos are in favor of the parking lot as we have it drawn and designed here as well. And that leads into the lighting that we've presented from day one. It's low landscape lighting, nothing that's high overhead. It's enough to allow security and safety to be a concern. But also it's got shields on the top of it. They're bollards with lights in the top of it, about 3 feet tall, shield on the top. You can't get it up in corners, going up into windows or anything of the sort. There as well. So this shows looking over it to Scientology. And so there's cars that are along here. And it's brought up before, we've rented that for almost 4 years now. We did ask for a parking reduction prior to the Belmont opening. We have projections and things that we put in place, and we exceeded those projections. And from day one, parking was a complaint. So we tried to see what we could do to solve it, and it's been costing us money every month for 4 years if we rent this additional parking that makes up for the reduction that we've asked for as well. You might go on one more for me. That shows the bushes at Scientology currently. So you see all those are currently over headlight height. And then ours would be the same, that is on that same side facing that direction. This faces straight south of us. So this would be the neighbor that is at the bottom side on Oakland here. And there's currently a fence that is there as well as trees. And we would again do our part with the required landscaping that's required by code that would also shield those same headlights going that same direction. That's the one going diagonal, which is at 200 Clifton Place, which is the letter that unanimously support the parking lot as well. I've been to HOA meetings at the condos here at Hillcrest, as well as attended for a couple of years the College Hill Neighborhood Association meeting as well. There was a point where I stopped going to those meetings when it got to be too much animosity, too much anger that was involved there. It wasn't, if they don't want you to be there, here's something that's okay, and I'll step out of those meetings from that point on. But from what you can see, there's over 350 letters or postcards from College Hill residents that list their address, everything about it, that are in support of the parking that is here. You go one more for me. That's the letter that was also sent into everybody as well, but that's from 200 Clifton Place. That's fully in support with all 25 condos. This one specifically is from the board president on there. This shows the cards that are here. There's over 350 in favor, 64 that were against, and there was 24 businesses. The businesses were all unanimously in support. That's not counted in the 354. We just left it just residences. So overall,
that was done on a mailer that we sent out to about 1,100 individual addresses, and we got about a 40% response rate back on that. So that's what those numbers were tabulated there.
So over the process, city staff had told us, I think it's Philip Z, numerous times that this case specifically has had more support than any case they've ever seen previously. But here we are. So I guess my question is, how much support is what we want to hear, right? Is it 300? Is it 500? You know, I don't know what that number is, but there's definitely been an overwhelming amount for sure. A lot of folks that I've spoke to at the Hillcrest have been voicing the same opinions that there needs to be more parking. And with that, we try to put forward the best plan that could fit with the neighborhood, right? So that's why the design with heavy landscaping, we have a walking path
that is through here. There's another slide I'll show it later on, as well as a bench area. But we're trying to do something that fits into the neighborhood. Go ahead.
Real quick, one thing I think, and Tori had mentioned it, but I mean, we did reach out to the neighborhood and get input, and that's exactly why we got rid of the ingress egress point on Oakland. And so the only one we would have is on Clifton, so. That point, correct.
Do you want to go on there?
There were some other items, I mean, the city, you know, they did commission the parking study. When that study was done, you know, they were counting, the group that did the parking study, I mean, they were counting church parking lots in the immediate area, which are not zoned for commercial parking. They counted private parking lots that were a mile away. And I find it hard to believe that customers from Belmont or Larches are gonna park a mile away at a private parking lot, first of all, and walk down there. So, you know, and really, I think we've heard tonight the kind of chaos in the neighborhood with the on-street parking and kind of what's going on. So, you know, this is trying to pull some of these cars off the street into a private parking lot adjacent to our building, you know, really to help our customers from a convenience standpoint for them to get to our concept. So
Specifically, there's 29 spaces.
yeah, I mean, that's the public transportation has been brought up about the queue line. You know, I think the queue line it's an amazing amenity for the neighborhood. The issue is, you know, we looked at it and there's about 2%, less than 2% of Wichita's population lives within walking distance to the queue line. So again, we have customers from as far east out to Andover and as far west out to Mays. So, you know, I think it's hard to imagine that they're gonna drive in, find a place to park somewhere that's walking distance to the queue line and then take the queue line to our establishments. And then I think the other thing on the queue line too was it doesn't run on Sundays or holidays. And the Eagle just had a story that they published that said the queue line has one of the lowest ridership numbers of any public transportation in the city, with 106 daily boardings on the weekdays and not even 100 on Saturdays. So it's not being used. I know it sounds like an amazing thing that we would love everyone to be able to walk and use public transportation to get around, but fortunately, that's not the way the city of Wichita was designed currently. So,
And then on the golden rules, here so that I know the staff had said that it doesn't conform to the character of the neighborhood or the neighboring businesses and uses, but it is actually. I mean, there's 4 parking lots that staff brought up that are of the same, that the business is on Douglas. Their parking lot goes back to Oakland, both to the east and to the west of what we're trying to do. It is a mixed use of residences, businesses, and parking lots is what that is, from Oakland to Douglas, all the way through that space. The extent to which removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. So we've had the property values of Happiness Plaza since we've done renovations. Our property tax has gone up almost 81%. So that's a significant amount. As that happens, it does impact neighboring residences. I did a restaurant in Denver years ago, and the neighbors got upset with us because we increased their property values too much, which increased their taxes. And we went round and round trying to get with tax attorneys to basically try to lower their property taxes because we increased theirs so much. If you put a trailer somewhere, it's going to lower it. If you build something different, it's going to raise it for multiple houses in different directions. So our investment in Happiness Plaza is having a positive impact on there. The Happiness Plaza, at the time that it was purchased, when we bought it in 2019, was 25% occupied. Now it's over 90% occupied. So we've got like 78 employees, I think 79 employees between the 2 stores currently, we support over 12 other local vendors that we're buying product from. All of those things keep things in Wichita and just continue to be more vibrant. A lot of people that work for us live in Colorado. And for those that don't, need to drive because the public transportation doesn't run on the hours that allow. We have multiple people here that can attest to it, that can't work different days or different shifts because there's no public transportation. And so that's been a struggle for us. Give me one more. The relative gains of public health and safety. I mean, at the last DAB meeting we were at, a Wichita firefighter came up and spoke about the safety concerns that he has on South Clifton, because with cars parked on both sides of the street, it becomes a bottleneck right there. And for first responders, the pathway that they would need to take would be kind of out of the ways to try to get there to navigate, because there is so much on-street parking that's currently happening. The impact on the proposed community facilities. I mean, we're in a stage 2 drought, so I don't know if we want to use the water or anything else at this point. In fact, I think we're not allowed to at this point in time. So I don't know if there's a point where we should use more or use less. I'm not really sure on that one. And same with the sewer. I don't know if that is a detriment or it causes hardship by not having more waste go down the drains. So I am a little bit confused on that. If we're not supposed to use the water, and how that has a negative effect on anything.
Well, but how are you gonna keep your landscaping nice? You know, you're gonna plant new landscaping.
Right.
You know, are you gonna follow the drought restrictions?
Yeah, so we've got.
How will you keep your landscaping aside? I mean,
So there's 2 ways that we can go about that. One, there's 3 sump pumps that run on the property 24 hours a day. It runs about every 45 to 60 seconds and has since 2019. And according to Brad White, who we bought the building from, has been for almost 50 years.
why is that?
Because there's so much groundwater that's right there that it floods the basements, as with a lot of places like Colorado. So the water's not really an issue there. The second would be, use as much native, Kansas native landscaping as possible. The roots are, I don't know, 10 times, right? They're like 10 times, 20 times longer than other, and they are drought resistant. And this was always, had been way before we got here, and was able to sustain through there. So there's 2 different ways to be able to maintain that. The Hue line, I think you guys
We talked about this, yeah, we just said that the neighborhood overwhelmingly supports a well-designed parking lot for Happiness Plaza. And I think
one more, there's gonna be one more on there. So that shows the rendering, right? It's like the walking path and the seating area, that's here, as well as, pavers and that they're in the back, as well. So there's just some other ways to try to make it fit into the neighborhood versus just being a rectangle lot that's in there.
Do you feel like this number of parking slots is going to serve you for 10 years or better?
I believe so, yes, right? So, the complaints that we have is cars on the streets, and so we're trying to do everything we can to solve that problem.
How many more slots could you get in without the little seating circle and real, you know, just standard parallel parking?
Right.
I mean, I think more for sure, right? But I think,
Right.
you know, the whole idea is we wanted to try and maintain as much of a park-like setting, right? Since it is in a residential.
But I'm just
area.
asking you if you know,
I don't
if
know.
you needed to expand
I don't know.
and put up more
Right.
separation, but you needed to expand, could you do it?
Right, I don't know that answer. And that's been brought up before, we've spoken about it, previously, and I feel like I'm stuck in a spot, right? Because, that has been brought up. What if, could you just 4 more parking spaces and do away with more landscaping? The folks that wrote the letter, the 25 people that live across the street, they would like to see it look like this, right? That look at it daily. The 340, 50 that we have there, I forgot the number already. They want to
And
see it look like this.
if you did
so
have
it's-
to expand, you could do it right here by putting up better walls on that side and.
Correct.
And I think you bring up a good point, and you know, when staff brought up the fact of the setbacks, right? I mean, that does potentially affect even this design and would shrink it down even more, so.
It does.
In our mind, I think the setbacks are unnecessary, in the sense that
It's not affected.
this is Oakland right here, this is Clifton right here,
One space.
this is the back of Happiness Plaza right here, right? So really the only setback line, you've got it right here with the residential house next door.
We've got a picture.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and this is the setback line.
That-
line.
That owner
So we are in.
supports our parking lot
In
hundred
that.
percent,
So
so.
that's where we would work with staff.
And there's an existing fence bifurcating our property and his
So
property,
that's-
so
doesn't apply.
I think we can kind of resolve any of those issues already.
How do you, so the alternative action, the recommended condition, are any of those already incorporated in your plan here?
That staff had?
To get it.
Yeah.
No, I think they talk about the setbacks.
I think the
They
only.
talk about the screening and the landscaping, so yes, that is, so that would be part of our existing.
I think, yeah,
But
the
what
only.
about the other, you know, he was saying they're asking for some other things.
10 items here.
Yeah,
Like,
parking being used for passenger vehicles, yep, no problem. Everything that's on there is no problem, no exit on Oakland, like that's already been removed off of there. The only thing would be working with city on, being able to go into that setback so that we can maximize, the parking that's there. That's the only item out of those 10 that's not currently.
I have a question for staff. How do you respond to their claim that the parking study was flawed?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I was not here when the two previous cases came through. I was not a part of, I wasn't even in the state. So all I have is basically what the parking study shows. And it is the collective staff's decision that parking study is accurate and worthwhile of being shown. So, it's something that was used in 2023, early 2023. And then it was also presented in the report for this case too.
I think what I'd like to see is you had some very specific points, they had some very specific points on how it's flawed. If those are true, then the city pays for these, this parking study, and whoever the vendor is, and if they're reporting out on a report that's not accurate, then maybe we shouldn't use them anymore, but he had some very specific points. Or maybe that's the way all parking studies are done, it's more how the payroll flies and not how the person
Well,
walks.
the challenge with that parking study was it happened really quick, so it wasn't months long. It was around the time we were looking at approval or denial of this. And I said, because there was an argument, there was enough parking, we should do that. It was right before Thanksgiving, I think. And so some of it was, they normally would take 6 months on that, and it was like
And I would,
60 days.
I would say you still had the effects of COVID kind of going on at that time, I think, when that initial parking, I mean, that was the initial parking study that was done, but
It was 2020.
we were like 21. We've added a second restaurant concept. I mean, I think we've heard tonight in the neighborhood, that parking is an absolute issue, right?
Yeah, no,
So I
that's
think,
not my point, we don't need to go down that path, I'm concerned about the city spending resources on a parking study that if it was really flawed, then maybe they need to find a new vendor, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be up to the staff of the city to research
I can
that.
tell you specific, like if the church parking is counted in there, but the churches are all zoned residential in their parking, which is the same that we are currently zoned, so if that's the case, we could just start parking here right now. It's not, they would have to go through a zoning process to be able to lease or for anyone else to be able to use it as commercial parking. And that's in, so you'd have to take all those counts out of the available parking spaces as well. That's an easy one to take a look at.
I have a question. So, and you may or may not know the answer to this, but for all of the businesses on your property, say restaurant, smaller restaurant, market, I'm gonna call it the cookie place, Frost, the hair salon. So if every max capacity, what do you think that would be people wise?
I don't know on the salons, I don't.
What about between the restaurant and market?
So, the Belmont can seat, I believe it's 142,
Uh-huh.
inside and outside. And then, Larcher's 45.
Okay. And does everybody get there all at the same time and then leave all at the same time?
Uh,
Or are they kind of staggered?
It's kind of staggered, right? So, Larcher's is busier during the daytime. Belmont's peak time is during the evening time, but there is a bottleneck as you get into that, 1, 2 o'clock area where there's overlap. But then places start to ease up at different points in time. Right? The Frost, they're busier in the evenings than they are. People like I think at 11 o'clock, but most of the time it's going to be after dinner or something of that sort. So traffic flow is different from each one, and that's even different than what Belmont's is. By an hour or two as far as peak volumes. So, and then the salons typically, they do have clients at night, but it's not as steady. So that's going to be more daytime use that's there as well.
Thank you.
And our intent is to continue, I mean, we do have a signed lease with the Church of Scientology for their spaces that we use for our employees. So our intent would be to keep that in place. So it's not like we're gonna just be transferring those cars onto this lot. We would still use that for our employees. This would be literally taking 29 cars off the street that are coming to visit Happiness Plaza and putting it in the new off street.
It is a signed lease with Scientology. It has been for years.
Yeah. But just want to make that clear. It's not like we're switching.
Insurance is covered on there and.
Are you going to enforce, keep people there all day and all night?
I mean,
any
on
cars
site.
off the, you're right, well, and any cars off the street are better, right? We don't,
So you're not worried about enforcing?
we don't have somebody who's monitoring who pulls in there. We currently have people that pull into our parking lot and they run across the street to Clifton Square.
But I mean,
We're
we
not
pay
chasing
attention
them
to it as much as possible, yes, I mean, as far as, we don't want people parking in our lot to go to the square, right?
But it does
So,
happen.
Fair use.
and I mean, because we need those spots for businesses that having a spot.
So right now, there's no enforcement?
Correct.
Oh, I just fine, it was just. a
No,
question.
there's nobody that is, monitoring the
Sure
spaces.
that, like, all the folks who live in Crest Hill, or what was that big apartment building?
Hillcrest.
Hillcrest. They could come park.
But they have to buy something to use.
Sounds a good lemon.
Chop.
All right, any other questions for the agent applicant?
Yes. If this were to be approved with kind of some of these conditions, would you be willing to work with like the neighborhood planning committee on a design and implementation of these items, like the final design and all of that?
Work at it and see.
Yeah, I mean, we can sit down, I think we've been talking quite a bit for quite a while, so I don't know what new would come out of that. I mean, we've kind of given concessions already, and yeah, I mean, we're always willing to sit down and talk to people.
I think, yeah.
But I think did a lot of that today.
Yes, well, and I think my thought is like what happened with the Wesley parking lot at Central and Hillside back behind Wesley Inn. I think it sounds like several years ago when that was approved, there were several promises that were made about barriers and appearance and maintenance, and that really hasn't happened.
Right.
And so the maintenance has been deteriorated and it's really kind of an eyesore. And honestly, they use it for construction storage.
Right.
And that's not something that belongs
Yeah,
in our neighborhood.
Right, that was brought up previously as well. And what we had said is put whatever stipulations, put this picture in there and say that that's exactly what has to be built, or it's fines by the city or other repercussions that are there. I mean, it's a conditional use to be revoked at some point in time.
with this and say that it has to be that, then we have to do that. There's not, we're not trying to change anything.
Yeah, I think from a maintenance standpoint, I mean, we've spent a lot of capital and time really improving Happiness Plaza to bring back what we think is an architecturally significant building in town. And I mean, our attention to detail on making sure everything is clean and maintained, you know, is gonna continue to the parking lot. I mean, that's gonna be our customers' first, you know, spot that they hit before they come into any of the restaurants. So I mean, it doesn't do us any good to have a parking lot back there that.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Right, yeah, it looks scary, it's not safe. It doesn't look good, so.
I want to reiterate what Katie just asked. Sounds like there is a commitment to engage the neighborhood on how this, which is beautiful, can fit into the desires of the neighborhood plan. There's at least willingness to engage.
Yeah, I feel like that's what we've been doing for quite some time.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's what these were all
Yeah,
from
I-
folks in the neighborhood, doing the
Yeah,
same thing.
There's
and going
been hours and hours of dialogue back and forth for sure.
Will there be any signage for folks to know where to park additionally?
Yes.
Yes.
Any other questions for the agent applicant?
I'm curious, I really appreciate all that you all have done to engage residents. I'm curious, how did you turn that corner? I mean, there were a lot of neighbors who were unsettled.
Right.
What did that process look like to engage the residents in the neighborhood? I mean, I looked through some of the cards on the yes, which is a huge stack. I also looked through the no, and a lot of the folks on the no kind of mentioned that like they still kind of have hurt feelings over the previous situation. And so like, what does the process look like to continue to engage the neighborhood and build that trust and relationship?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I guess, just putting yourself out there and continuing to talk to people as you see them out in public, out at the restaurants. I mean, we have the benefit of seeing numerous people that come through and everybody has different viewpoints.
It's Dory's on the steering committee.
Oh,
I haven't been there the last
Yeah, yeah.
couple,
He's
but
on
I've
the
gone to every week. I've
Yeah,
stuff that's happening,
yeah.
so I've been neglecting some.
You owe me lemon cake, Ben.
Please
Please don't. No, don't do that. Then I'll have to go to OTF. No.
Right, then it becomes an ethics violation.
Okay, all right. Any other questions, comments for agent applicant? Seeing none, make sure you take notes on the public feedback that's about to come. All right, we'll open it up to the public.
Jack Batten, address 337 South Buchanan. A little context on the survey that was done after the houses have been torn down. And so a lot of people who did vote yes, or some that I spoke with being in the neighborhood, it was more of a situation of, well, I've already torn the house down. We might as well let them do what we want. Past that, a little bit of legalese here, based on the city sites of what I think neighborhoods have reasonable expectations of is, and these are on the city websites, to uphold and enforce the officially adopted plans and policies of the city, which includes community investments growth plan, which specifically mentions take better care of what we already have, balanced growth with an added emphasis, not my words there, on established neighborhoods, which I think College Hill is fairly established. And the plan focuses and emphasizes on residential and not commercial. What you have before you is based on the city planning department, the community investment plan, places for people. Every consultant parking study the city has paid for in the last few years the city infill program. Basically, every city neighborhood, it is a request that does not meet the adopted policies of the city of Wichita. In fact, there's nothing in these policies to compel the city to force the neighborhood to bail out or assist any commercial venture because of these decisions. We're kind of in this because of MAPC, which is a whole nother animal. They answer to evidently somebody else, but so hope that the city contemplate standing up for neighborhoods instead of bowing down to every investor that comes through. We're not here to ask for special consideration, just ask for a fair and honest application of policies.
Okay. Thank you. Next person.
There's a person online who asked for.
Cameron, was that for me now?
Yes, go ahead. Is that Emily?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Emily.
Oh.
Okay, hey, thank you. Okay, my name's Emily Taylor. I live at 4325 East Lewis Street. I'm also on the steering committee for the neighborhood planning process. I've been involved with the neighborhood association ever since I've lived here, and was involved in like advocating to get the funding to help get the neighborhood plan process started. Normally when I speak at these meetings, I'm like begging the planning commission or begging DABS or begging city council to please respect the plans that we already have in place. The two that were mentioned in the staff report, the community investments plan and Places for People. Places for People alone was like a $250,000 investment from city funds. Our neighborhood plan is $50,000 of city funds. And then obviously you've heard from everybody here, like lots and lots of time from the community. So when these are finished, like they really represent what the community wants. I mean, more so than stacks of postcards sent in the mail. We've got lots of these documents on hand, and you know, we've got two of them already that say this place is not appropriate to be used as a parking lot, and we anticipate that the land use plan that's coming out with the college neighborhood plan will say the same thing. You know, it's the combination of like community discussion and professional opinion and all of that. So there's a lot of stuff that says a parking lot is not a good use of the site. I was really encouraged actually listening to you guys talk about the Crown Uptown case of how much you seem to be respecting our city plans, and then the conversation sort of turned when we got to this one. So I would just ask you to still keep that in mind, that we have some, that it's already ongoing, and that really reflects like the voice of the community and where we're expecting, or where, you know, the vision for what we want our community to look like for the next 25 years is kind of like what our consultant has been asking us to think about 25 years from now. So with that, it's like I'm not in support of this. I would ask you to recommend denial, but we know that there is some support or need for this case, and so we did get together. The neighborhood association hosted a little workshop. We had like 40 people attend, just to talk about like what the case is about. And then we had a smaller group from there that stayed to say, hey, if this does happen, what additional conditions would we want? And we had actually, a couple of us had talked to Tori, like Joseph, when you were asking like, what's the engagement process look like? He has been available for us to talk to and has seemed open to this stuff. But what I would really be interested in is it has to be codified. Like you guys have to recommend that these get put in as real conditions, like something that has teeth, because ultimately the enforcement is going to come down to neighbors calling if it doesn't match up with what it's supposed to be. And we came up with 4 kind of big things that we would add, like the staff conditions that are already in there, we agree with and want. But the 4 things that the neighbors said they'd be interested in adding to that is screening on the south and the east sides to the extents that are possible. There's obviously residences on both of those sides, and bushes don't block headlights the same way that screening, like that solid fencing does. We think that the screening should be masonry, and that it should be limited in color to earth tones. The things we're worried about there is wood fences look like crap after a couple of years. And we want something that, you know, without having to call and complain about something looking bad, that you can just expect that a masonry fence will look good for a longer time. And these kinds of conditions have been successful at some of the other cases, like at the Hog Wild off of Central. That was something that the neighbors asked for, and did get put into place. And then with the earth tones, we're thinking like, we don't want this to become a big advertisement for the businesses. Like, you want it to feel like it's part of the community. We would like to see a requirement that the landscaping is maintained in perpetuity. The landscaping ordinance it's like 2 years. It's something very short. So you're already asking questions about like, how are you going to maintain your landscaping? It's actually not required to be maintained in perpetuity unless you specifically say we want it to be maintained in perpetuity. And we would like for it specifically to include shade trees. Their plan shows that now. But again, unless it is specifically put in writing that they have to have shade trees, not ornamental trees or little bushes, then they could cut those down later, or if they don't survive the construction process. Like, we want to see shade trees that contribute to the shade canopy, which is a big part of the neighborhood plan discussion. And then we would also like to see something that says,
Emily?
Yeah.
All right, your 5 minutes has been reached. I'll give you a few seconds to wrap up.
Okay, and then the last one was limiting light levels at the property line to something measurable, 1 foot candle. Like, again, something that gives residents the ability to call and have something that's enforced later. So would ask you to deny, but to consider these additional things that the neighbors have already talked about, we would like to see as extra conditions, and that Tori has said that they may be open to.
Questions from that? Seeing that? Thank you, Emily. Next person.
Trish Heilman, 159 South Fountain. You guys had great a great presentation, and this has been 4 years in the making. We've got a huge packet. We've got so much information, and just let's get down to honesty. It's been 4 years of marketing, and marketing works. Postcards is that was a marketing effort, and it worked. One of the things, and I have this very formal thing I did the MAPC, but you guys aren't the same kind of group, and so I want to just sort of make it real. This is about precedent, and it's about old houses. So what we're dealing with, and some of this isn't their fault, because to be honest, in my opinion, they got given some garbage advice by somebody at City Hall somewhere that said, tear down the freaking houses and you'll take the fight out of the neighborhood. Oops. Actually, so we really love our old houses. And we're not just going to, although it is human nature, and there were, like Jack said, there's a lot of people that said, well, they're gone now anyway. What are we going to do with that empty lot? Actually, you can build, there are people who actually want to buy lots so they can build a new house in College Hill and have like this brand spanking new place. We can actually bring it back to residential. The owners have said, no way in heck, we're not ever going there. And I believe them. I believe they're honest people. But it is possible if we make it so that no, residential land in College Hill stays residential. We want, especially on the periphery where this stuff is most susceptible, this is where it's affordable. So, and you get down deep, and a lot of the people that are like, oh, bring in the parking lot, 29 spots will not change how crowded Clifton is. It will not. It's not a significant impact. I mean, we're talking, right? Let's remember just 5 seconds ago, the Uptown, 850 people in there, only 400 parking spots across the way. 400 some people are finding places in on street in the neighborhood. 29 spots, blip. It's just nothing. It's a beautiful plan, and I agree with if they're gonna get this, then yes, please, let's codify it, let's put it in perpetuity. Those things Emily said. Because we also want to make it where if there are 5 other places that are watching this case with eagle eyes. And I'm not trying to be mean to these guys, because these guys have put in so much good work and they make a beautiful place and actually have been successful, have been wildly successful without the parking. So we sort of know they don't need it. They want it. And they don't, city's not making them do it. We're in the neighborhood plan saying, we're not gonna make people do parking lots anymore. We're gonna make it so that they don't have to tear down houses to follow the city rules. We're gonna try and, that's sort of a pro-business approach because it costs a heck of a lot less. These guys have spent a ton of money. And I'm so sorry that that advice was given, and I'm sorry that this is where we've gone. It's become so confrontational, although it's been so much better since Tori and we're all on the same team together. That has helped because we've talked to each other more, and talking is super helpful. So that has been a good thing. There's been a way decreased level of animosity with a lot of people. But again, it's the precedent. 5 businesses, 5 other places are looking, and even today own houses that they could well tear down to put in parking lots in College Hill. And they're looking here to see if they're gonna be able to do it, because this will set the precedent for any of those other cases to tear down our old houses. Those houses are affordable, those houses are old, and I know it's been said, yeah, they were old and run down. If you live in College Hill, they've got great bones. They're all completely remodelable. And none of them should be torn down. Okay, there's a point with black mold that, okay, there is a point. These weren't there. These weren't there. So, yeah, that's the thing. They've had 4 years and they're obviously very good at marketing. They're running a great restaurant. It's beautiful. They've expanded. They didn't have the parking lot the whole time. They've been doing great business. Please help keep this, let the plan work. Again, let the plan work. Please let what is going on in the plan dictate this. And so let it wait. Let the plan. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I actually sort of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
apologize. Can I ask her a question? More just like a. I keep hearing, let the College Hill plan happen. And I'm not in College Hill and I'm not part of the steering committee or the neighborhood association. I have no idea what that is. So I keep hearing, let the College Hill steering committee plan work. I don't know what that plan is.
Do you want a draft copy?
Yes.
Cameron, I emailed you a link to a draft copy that you can forward out to Dab. I don't know if you have the ability to do so now. I also linked the 2021 parking plan in there. So if members of the steering committee would find that helpful, I don't know if you have the ability to forward that out to everyone
Okay.
via email.
You guys all have access to email?
Those are drafts, just.
Okay.
They're pretty rough.
Because some of them
yeah.
have my notes and I mean.
So I gotta give it back to you after I look.
Next speaker.
My name is Susan Meyer. I live at 3 Circle. I'm sorry, I don't know why my slides are not going to be presented today. Or are they?
Turn your mic on.
He just turned the mic on for you.
Give me that 30 seconds back. Mr. Jackson said that he printed out images from the slides that I presented. I'm not sure why they couldn't be displayed today. Do you have those in your packet?
It's in your email, those emails, you got the video?
Yeah. So slide number 1 was an aerial schematic that showed the minimum distance that headlights from vehicles in the parking lot would extend in the neighboring residential properties. I know that they've made the argument that that won't happen, but we noticed in their drawing, the grasses and the small wall are not gonna prevent lights from tall vehicles. And that was the minimum distance that I showed you in my slide. The maximum is an additional 100 feet. So if you look at slide 2, is an aerial view of the actual buildings, Google Map image, and it shows how far those headlights will actually project. So please keep that in mind. These are something about my arm.
It's not you.
Please keep that in mind. These are neighbors' houses and you don't want those headlights shining in your houses. The off-street parking, both owned and leased by the applicants, is like really, which they said would be enough. They got an administrative adjustment or reduction. And they said if it wasn't enough, they would use valet. In fact, 2 property owners offered use of their parking lots and they didn't want to talk to me about it. The parking lot, car park plan recommendations said Wichita does not have a parking problem. You have a
Susie's speaking right now.
Yes, she is. Shared use. I know they've said the churches don't have permission. All they have to do is what they're doing, apply for a conditional use and not charge, so that it won't indoctrinate their nonprofit status. St. James Episcopal Church right across the street offered free use of their parking lot. They would have been happy to get a conditional use if they'd known that was required. So I'm just saying there are other options to tearing down houses for parking lots. We have plenty of parking lots. We just need to use them and manage them properly. The postcards, very impressive, big stack. Everybody wants it. As Jack said, that's because most people thought it was hopeless because the houses were gone. In fact, it's not hopeless. There are other uses for that property and it should remain residential. You say it's a mixed use area, so more commercial shouldn't matter. These lots are still zoned residential. They're not mixed use and they need to stay residential. We have a housing shortage in Wichita. We have a heat island effect in Wichita. We have increasing climate change effects in Wichita. And if you want this place to be livable and sustainable, you need to finally let planning have a chance to move us forward with wise decisions, not one at a time, case certain, pushing through projects that result in fewer houses and more pavement.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Arthur Allen, 115 South Richland, Hillcrest. I mean, I've known Troy since the first month that they were open. I visited there, and I think, are you one of the Francisco brothers?
I'm Brian, yes.
From Phoenix.
From Wichita, but I live in
But
Phoenix
you live
now.
in Phoenix.
I'm back and forth, Wichita and Phoenix.
So, I'm a business owner, you know, I'm trying to understand how this all happened. They tore down the houses. So now what are we gonna do? People say, okay, just do something with them. How many times did Brad say that this was to say deny, this was to say, I mean, all these things that are in place with the city government. And it was deny. And you mentioned that. I don't know if it was Mary Beth that mentioned it, but it or Twyla. Why? Why then go forward with it? And I think nothing's been mentioned about the fact, as Susie was saying, you've got these 2 successful businesses, but since the 22% reduction in parking was approved initially, you've then added Larchers. And now you're adding the speakeasy in the basement, which has not been spoken of. So we've got already a cramped situation. We've added Larchers. We've now are adding a speakeasy with drinking in the basement. And again, as was mentioned by Twyla in the previous situation, why did you buy a property with those restrictions and then try to make it something that it can't happen within a neighborhood without losing the neighborly feel with who's established there? I think part of this plan would require you to tear down the third house that's still sitting there, correct?
Relocated.
Right, but it's still sitting there.
Correct.
Right. So again, I live at the Hillcrest. We've already determined, and you confirmed it, that Oakland is a problem. So you're going out onto Douglas. Douglas turning left or right is so dangerous. So then you start funneling everybody down Oakland, which is the brick street. You can't have the side parking there because much of those houses there on Oakland don't even have their own parking places. They've been there since the 20s. So again, I love the Belmont, but you kind of have hit the wall. And just as the previous conversation became so focused, you don't have what you need. Emily was completely correct on camera there, talking about the masonry fencing, the trees required for shade. I mean, all those things, if you don't have to have that, because even these drawings with the little bushes, that's not gonna stop a Hummer or a Cybertruck. Those lights are gonna go right into all those houses. And so, I think we gotta really talk about being neighborly. I think what you've done by coming in from Arizona and sending Troy and Jada, I mean, I love them both. But let's try to be a little bit more neighborly. Because the whole purpose that Katie's talking about, is it Katie? Talked about this planning committee that you all are on, and then we're not paying the attention. I mean, Mr. Johnson got the $50,000 from City Hall to make this new committee. And we haven't even gotten through it. And we're just pushing this through, similar to what we just denied. It's not much different. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Heather Topholter and I live at 320 South Fulton. I'd like to kind of piggyback on everything he just said. And that we don't have a parking problem. We have a problem with approving things that aren't fitting in the neighborhood. And if we want them to fit, we need to work together to make them fit. Buying houses, tearing them down, building parking lots is not the answer. And it's pretty clear from the last case that came up, you're going to have on-street parking. It's legal, it is public parking, and it's not going to go away. It's not up there anymore. The parking lot is not gonna accommodate.
Pictures are.
You've all seen it. It's not a large parking lot, it's not big enough, it's going to make a dent. There have always been cars parked on both sides of Clifton. There were homes that used to be there. The owners parked their cars in front of those houses. People parked in front of Church of Scientology. It has always been pretty much one lane a lot of times. Nothing is changing and nothing's going to change with this parking lot. So please help us protect our neighborhood because as Trish said, other people are watching this. This is setting precedent. Clifton Square, as she said, already owns homes. There are several businesses that would like to have this model play out for them as well. And we need your help to protect our neighborhood with that. You're talking about the case that was just before us. I heard them say that this is a mixed use block. There's still a lot of homes on this block and around them. How many of you would like to have a parking lot across the street from your house? I mean, really, would anybody like to have a parking lot across the street from your house? And why is that? Why don't you want a parking lot across the street from your house? And please ask yourself this question and then think about what that means for our neighborhood to have a parking lot there. It's not going to stay pretty like that. And if the Belmont does keep it up and then they move because that happens to businesses, then what? Then what happens? There just isn't any way to ensure the neighborhood that the parking lot is going to be kept up. And so then if you're talking about that, well, the Crown backs up to a lot of residential homes. If at some point or if the city council decides to go ahead and approve their upgrade, what might happen there if you approve this and set that precedent? Might they start purchasing things and tearing them down? Let the neighborhood plan play out and help the neighborhood protect itself. We get 5 minutes apiece. It's late at night. This is not our job. We don't have anything professionally to help us with slides and presentations in our time. So there's a reason there are a lot of people here. It's really tough, and we've already gone through this 2 times. So please help us make it through this again. I can tell you the support is still there to protect this as a residential home. Thank you.
Next person.
Hello, everyone. First, thank you so much for your time. It is very late. We've all been here for hours, so I want to thank you all so much on any side that you're on. I appreciate everybody's comments, concerns, and everything. Everybody's feelings are valid. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Maria LeBron. I live at 856 North Border Avenue. Wish I could say I live in College Hill so I can walk there. I don't. It means I do use my car to get there. I am here in full support of the parking lot in Happiness Plaza at College Hill. The growth of the businesses, we've started that. I know we keep going back to things that no longer apply, and I would really ask all of you to please be open and receptive to what does apply. I'd also like to ask everyone to please, I know we had the previous case, but this is a different case. If we can try to keep it applicable to the case that we're listening to right now, that would also be really appreciated. With the growth that has happened, I know we talked about the parking reduction and all that, but Happiness Plaza is busy now. We do have more jobs. We have more people there. Not everybody lives there. Not everybody's fortunate to live in that area to be able to walk there. But I promise you that if I did, I will. If I move there, I will walk.
I want you in my neighborhood. I want you in
By my house. I live in that neighborhood, by my
All right. But with the growth that has, happened in the area, I do believe that there is a need for that parking lot now. There is current congestion there. I know it's 29 spots. Maybe it won't clear it all up, but I also think as we are hearing people ask, allow the plan to happen. You can't say that the 29 spots won't help, I'm a little tired, won't help if we don't allow it to happen. We're predicting something that we haven't even seen yet. So I'd like for everyone to please be open to everything that you're listening to. I do believe that it would help to alleviate some of that congestion in the neighborhood. And again, we won't know until we see it. It would be really nice to see guests as myself. I also work there as well, to be able to come and enjoy it. I'm a patron more than I am even an employee there. But I would like to be able to have that parking lot accessible for myself and everybody else. This isn't just for myself selfishly. College Hill is a very vibrant and beautiful neighborhood. I very much appreciate all the neighbors and everyone's concerns because it is. It's a super beautiful neighborhood, rich in architecture, culture, history, and all of that I very much appreciate. But I also think that with that being said, the parking lot, giving it a chance, the conditions and whatever, allowing them to meet those, but it's gonna be so much more beautiful than that dirt lot that's there right now. I think anybody would appreciate something better than what's currently there. I'm so sorry for the homes that are gone. Unfortunately, they are gone. And I mean that genuinely, that I'm sorry that they're gone, but they're not there right now. Right now it is a dirt lot and there's a beautifully landscaped plan to have this parking lot there because it's in hopes of a solution. And I think that's really what it is, that we hopefully can give some credit that there are issues, there's concerns, but when there's problems, you can either focus on the problem or WTS, what's the solution? And I think that that's what we're trying to get to here. I completely appreciate, like I said, that change also is not easy. That's not easy for any of us in any area of life, but I do believe that College Hill has grown, the businesses have grown, and it deserves to grow with the parking lot as well so that it can align with what's happened. I do also believe Happiness Plaza has a genuine interest and love for the College Hill community. It's also a very destination place. And I think that because of that, we want to contribute to the greatness of College Hill and not hinder it. I genuinely do believe that. I do ask you all, like I said, to please be open and receptive to all of the goals. And I also furthermore ask that you give Happiness Plaza the chance it deserves to show how much better it will be with that parking lot. I thank you all so much sincerely for your time. And I hope that as well as people asking for the plan to work, that you also allow the parking lot a chance to see if it will work before we just say it's not going to. So thank you all so much. I really genuinely appreciate all of your time, which will never get back. Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Councilman Johnson, members of the District One Advisory Board. My name is Greg Kite. I'm a local attorney and president of the Historic Preservation Alliance of Wichita and Sedgwick County, Inc. My law office address is 230 North Market, and I very much appreciate this opportunity to visit with you and share some thoughts. I think before I start, I wanted to let you all know right off the bat that I have nothing to say about parking whatsoever. So I wanted to leave your minds on that. I would, however, like to begin my comments by reminding the advisory board of what has already been lost in this matter. And I have some handouts, but it's appropriate to hand these out. These are the houses that were located at 123 and 125 South Clifton. They were wood frame, 2-story, what are called 4 square houses. The home at 123 South Clifton was built in 1925, while the home at 125 South Clifton was built in 1930. Neither house was listed on the National or Kansas Historic Registers, but both were eligible for historic register status. They need only be 50 years old for register status, and both houses were architecturally significant. Each home could have been listed on the historic register on what's called Criterion C. Interesting that demolition of these 2 houses began on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. The city council denied the zoning change for a parking lot on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. Demolition began exactly 1 week before the decision of the city council. The home at 123 South Clifton was 2,189 square feet and was appraised in 2021 at $223,700. The home at 125 South Clifton was 3,345 square feet and was appraised in 2021 at $299,200. The vacant lot now at 123 South Clifton is currently appraised in 2024 at $33,700, while the vacant lot at 125 South Clifton is currently appraised in 2024 at $34,100. Consequently, the depreciation in value of the property at 123 South Clifton is nearly 70%, while the depreciation in value of the property at 125 South Clifton is nearly 90%. This clearly imposes a significant negative impact on housing values in and near the affected neighborhood. I previously volunteered to prepare National Historic Register nominations for both houses. In addition, I previously volunteered to prepare Kansas Historic Trust Fund grant applications for each house for renovation and restoration. However, there was no interest by the Belmont developers. That leads me to the staff report, CON 2024-00210, specifically the second finding in support of the recommendation of denial of the application. This finding is the suitability of the subject property for the uses to which it has been restricted, which states in pertinent part, quote, "The 2 properties on South Clifton Avenue are vacant, but could be developed with single-family or 2-family houses," end of quote. Perhaps this is a point in time for the Belmont developers to consider selling the 2 vacant lots. College Hill and the Historic Preservation Alliance could acquire 2 comparable homes and move them to the respective sites. HPA has previously moved 2 such houses, one about the same size, the McAdams Holtz house, and the other about half again, yet larger, the Betson Mansion. Unfortunately, the prior homes at these respective Clifton Avenue sites have, through hurried and rushed demolition, been lost forever. The College Hill neighborhood is a one-of-a-kind, iconic place in the city of Wichita. It is both historically important and architecturally significant. Residents live there because of its unique ambiance. May sound quaint, but this project is like a Pac-Man video game. It is not the end of losing homes, it is just the beginning. This is a terrible precedent for the rest of the neighborhood. No matter how eloquent the description or how jazzy the plans and photos displayed by the Belmont developers, in the end, it is nothing more than a parking lot. In the final analysis, you only need to weigh and balance two concepts. One, family, neighborhood, and community on the one hand, or a parking lot gaining all of only 29 spaces on the other hand. Therefore, for the reasons stated above, the Historic Preservation Alliance would respectfully request that the District 1 Advisory Board deny this zoning change application of the Belmont developers for parking. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to address them. Yes.
Do you know of any ways that we can prevent houses being torn down without checking the value of real estate? Is there any defense for especially historical buildings?
Yeah, the answer is kind of yes and no. When it's on private property and it's unregistered, it's very exposed. National or state register status is very helpful. It's not a guarantee, but it's extremely helpful, because if that's the case, it would have to be brought up in front of the State Historic Preservation Board, and they're not very flexible when it comes to allowing houses to be torn down, specifically if they are registered. As I said before, neither of these houses were registered, but they were certainly eligible for registration. And that's too bad, because they should have been saved, and if we'd have waited a week, we'd still have.
So now, when we do things like put triple pane windows in, if we don't use the original frames, it's not qualified for the preservation, at least as I understand it.
For historic register status, the unique exterior architectural intent needs to be preserved. The State Preservation Office is very flexible when it comes to certain things that don't infringe on the architectural or historical significance of a building. So to answer your question, if the windows were done in such a way not to distract from the manner in which the house is standing or the structure is standing or sits as it was originally, you would probably be allowed to do that. Something is
put in
minute.
aluminum or plastic windows if they look like wood.
Yeah, now you're starting to tread on dangerous ground
That's
by
what I
putting up vinyl siding or replacement vinyl windows. That would be the kiss of death for maintaining a historically correct building.
Right. So there's nothing you can do about a house like that.
I won't say that there isn't, but you need to be mindful of what the restrictions are if in fact your house is on the register. The registered status is really there to protect you from yourself in a way, because people don't know what they should or shouldn't do, and I understand that. It's a guide to make you do the right thing.
Any other questions about this case? All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next person.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin LeBron. I live in 856 North Port Avenue. I am in the Riverside area. I am also operation manager and chef at Larcher's Market. So I am in College Hill 50, 60 hours a week. Really trying to create a community neighborly feel at Larcher's. So anybody who's ever spent time there, ever seen me there, or patron any of our establishments, know that we put community first when it comes to our concepts. We do support over a dozen local vendors just at Larcher alone. So keeping money in ICT, being Wichita first is a big goal of ours as a restaurant group. I heard we've been called developers. Tori's on the ground. He lives in Wichita. I'm here committed to Wichita. Ryan, born and raised in Wichita, played high school football at Collegiate. He comes back and frequents, has property in Wichita. I don't want people to get the misconception that we're this outside restaurant group coming in and sweeping in and want to take everything away from College Hill, that we're trying to do the opposite. I think the thing I heard for the last few hours that we've been sitting here, more than anything else, was a parking issue. Parking issue. And I heard somebody right now say, we don't have a parking issue. I was like, well, that seems contradictory to what we've been talking about for the last few hours. Is it gonna solve all the parking? No, I don't think that's never gonna happen in any neighborhood, especially as business grows, as more people move in, as your population grows here in Wichita. There's always gonna be some issues, right? But we did come with a plan to see if we can alleviate some of the street parking. I deal with it daily. I see the dangerous parts of me always getting hit, crossing the street on Clifton. One of my employees parked on Clifton, got his car sideswiped because it is a tight area. So there have to be some kind of solution to this, because we are, I think, 29 cars off of that Clifton, Oakland area, and that street alone will kind of alleviate some of that dangerousness of me not trying to get hit crossing the street. I do feel bad for the people who, lost those houses or, seeing those houses get destroyed. That sucks, and I do apologize for that. But I know for myself, and what I'm here for and what I'm trying to do is build community and really support what we're doing here in Wichita. So I am in favor for the parking lot. I'm in favor of keeping my employees safe. So when they do park at the Scientology building, that they're gonna get across the street and come to work safely. We've employed over 70 people within Wichita just alone, in our just little corner. We want to continue to grow in this neighborhood. We want to be part of the ongoing scene here in Wichita, outside of even College Hill. And we want to be that community place that everybody can come to and feel welcomed in our establishments and know that we have the best interests of residents of ICT in Wichita. So thank you for your time. Hopefully you guys, can come to a strong decision and hopefully in favor, just because I'm on the ground daily and I am seeing it. And I'm also hearing from our guests who are College Hill residents every day in favor of the parking lot. And that's not me just making this up. I talk to all our guests. A lot of them are for it because they want to see their neighborhood grow. So with that, thank you.
So just a question.
Oh, sorry.
So I've heard that all the employees park at Scientology, the Church of Scientology, but I also heard you say you park on the street. So which is it? Is it?
Well, once Scientology is full, we try to take some of our own parking, so we don't. But at some point, it might have a guy coming in at 4 o'clock.
Scientology parking lot is not enough to accommodate all.
It's not enough to
Okay,
accommodate.
I just needed that clarification.
And so we try to use our parking, but again, my
Sure.
employees park in the Belmont parking lot, our parking lot Scientology, then it forces our patrons to have to park a mile away or further down the street. So this will hopefully alleviate some of that.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff at this point.
We still got some public speakers and then we'll get.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anybody else from the public?
I'll be brief. My name is Abby Stafford. I'm at 127 North Crestway Street. I'm a longtime College Hill resident. I just wanted to come and be the high stack, I guess, is me. I'm a yes for the parking lot. And I just kind of wanted to come and be like in real life person. Like, yes, I think we exist, and I think we exist in much larger numbers. I think those numbers are real. Like everyone I talk to, all of my friends, I go to Blessed Sacrament Church right there in the neighborhood. Everybody that I personally know is for it and supportive. And I know that there's obviously like people on both sides, but there is a huge number of people that are, I think, the vast majority, to be honest. I know that I've heard a lot of people concerned about precedent. I guess I'm not afraid of that. It seems to me like the government takes each issue individually. I'm hoping that's what we're doing tonight. And takes each one. So there's been so much fear, I think, around this. And I've not understood it. And I think that's probably why we've done this so many times over like years now. There's been this sort of like, I don't know, like almost paranoid fear of precedent. Well, it's its own issue. And so I guess I'm not scared of, oh, if we make this decision based on its own merits, now all these other terrible things are gonna happen. I don't know, I guess that just doesn't make sense to me. You guys are the decision makers, but I don't know. I'm not worried about that, but anyways, thank you for your time and support.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Jordan Berger. I live on South Belmont in College Hill. We've been there about 10 years now. And I just want to urge you all to support this request. The parking lot is so needed. We've listened to a previous request of how we want quality business owners and community and engagement and involvement and neighborly people working with us. And look at what Tori and Ryan have done, the amount of time that they have been doing this. This is not just a tonight thing. This is the planning committee. These are all these other meetings, the time they take to talk to College Hill residents. This is exactly what the neighborhood says they want when people make these comments. And that's what they're doing. They're boots on the ground. They're there. I walk into Larcher's, I see Chef, I see Tori, I see them all the time. Like, it's just, we need this. And I urge you all to support this request.
Next speaker.
I'm Scott. I'm employed at the Belmont. We opened this restaurant in 2020. I came in August of 2020, and I have not left the industry since. So, to me, I think that true hospitality does come from within, and I think that the hospitality industry is extremely undermined. We're not people who serve. I mean, we are people who serve at the end of the day, but this man, I'm telling you, you're right, it's not a parking issue. It is a walking issue. And with the parking lot, the first thing that should come to your mind is safety. These people need a place to go to. It's a home. When you park, you're in park, you're safe. You're about to go into somewhere safe. And the Belmont, it's the heart of Douglas. It's a growing community. We talk about wanting to be a community, and he's trying to make all these adjustments to how he can make it a better place. You don't have a lot of social interaction, but at the Belmont, you have weddings, you have engagements, you have breakups, you have fights, you have this and that, right? You know what I mean? But
There's no fights.
Two opportunities, so.
Never makes it down the aisle.
I want you guys to understand that, like, this parking lot, it's meant to bring people together. We're not trying to take people apart. We're trying to create more social interaction because you don't have that a lot today. You have AI coming in. What, like this, like, I want human interaction. That is so special, and that is so, it needs to be protected. And with College Hill, that is natural. And you have Tori coming in as well. It's two minds coming together that just want to make something great. We want to make an experience that you will remember. People don't remember what they pay for. They remember how they were treated. And we want to treat you with what we can. And that is our service. You guys are the color. That is all I have. That is all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Stephen Hope again, 414 North Broadview. I didn't plan on speaking on this tonight originally, but I felt compelled. I think a key consideration for the board in decisions like this is to not just consider the request, but also consider the entity making the request. I'm 46 years old. I've been an entrepreneur for 23 years. I've owned businesses in Wichita, Dallas, Texas, Miami, Florida. In all my years of being in business, there are very few business people I've encountered that have demonstrated this level of business aptitude, a willingness to remodel with a priority on historical preservation, and execute an extreme level of beautiful renovation work and restaurant work. Gentlemen, I commend you. One of the resounding themes in discussions surrounding the balance between business and residents, both tonight, previous meetings, and in committee, is that business owners and the neighborhood should collaborate and work together to exist in harmony. This group has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are personally invested and have a genuine care to be a harmonic part of the College Hill neighborhood. I'm confident we can work hand in hand with them in the future. It would be a very dangerous precedent to inadvertently encourage the demolition of old homes. Going back to the committee that I'm a part of, I think it would be wisest to defer this decision until this College Hill neighborhood overlay plan has a chance to do what it's supposed to do. That being said, if the board were compelled to grant an exception to anybody, this is a model of the group that exception should be granted to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Next speaker.
My name is Phil Martinez. I reside at 3323 Oakland. This is my block. I've lived in this house for 35 years with my family. I'm aware of the fact that there's two other parking lots on our block. The orthodontic parking lot, which they mentioned earlier, which is business hours only, signed no after hours parking. And then there's Andy's Frozen Custard right across the street from my house. Andy's parking lot exits onto Douglas, but it spans from Douglas to Oakland. The front of my house faces Andy's parking lot. The back of their lot is used primarily by employees. The bulk of the parking lot is used for drive-through traffic. I brought some visual aids to show you what drive-through traffic looks like at night as it goes through the lot. 100 cars a night in the summertime. Round and around and around. They want to build a 29-car parking lot that'll probably empty a couple times a night. In and out, that's 100 cars in and out of that parking lot. That's what they're gonna put up with. They put up a picture of a fence, the house across the street, 8-foot tall fence. If you look at that picture again, you see windows above the fence line. That's those people's kitchen window. My kitchen window in my house, my windows are 5 feet tall. The bottom of the kitchen window is 9 feet off the grade. From the driveway up to the bottom of the window is 9 feet. So an 8-foot fence isn't gonna stop headlights from shining in. They said that they're gonna keep this place up. 3 years ago, they built they tore down some houses. They didn't even bring in any dirt to level the grade. It looks like a war zone. It's been like that for 3 years with a chain link fence around it. They didn't even have the decency to level the lot. They don't want just 29 parking spaces. They want the curb as well, because people will still park on the curb. 10, 11, 12 cars will fit on these 3 lots once they eliminate the driveway spots. So they're asking for 29 off-street parking spaces, and they still want to keep the 10 or 12 spots that are on the curb. So if you approve this parking lot, maybe you can deny them the curb parking and improve the traffic flow that everybody says is there, that is a problem, and put up no parking on the curb. They said the fire department can't get down the street. Last summer, the condos that approved this unanimously had a fire run last summer. I counted 12 fire engines that went down Oakland Street. My wife and I thought, what the hell's going on? What's burning? They kept coming and kept coming. And then we saw them go down Douglas and circle the block. So the street is wide enough to bring a fire truck down. Some developments may be too big for this neighborhood. Maybe the Crown Uptown development is too big for the neighborhood. Maybe this one is too. We'd like to see the neighborhood develop, but there is such a thing as too big. Let's see, I kind of cut to the chase. I think I'm kind of done. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it. And I say no. I'll put my little lights away now. That's what a parking lot, stoplight looks like. They've done in your windows too, as they drive away. I come from Bird. Anybody have a question?
Where'd you get this?
Walmart.
They're great for
You're
walks.
asking.
Yeah.
I'd like to make the recommendation also. No. On the parking situation downtown, we used to have parking control checkers at the police department 10, 12, 15 years ago. These are the people that wrote all the parking tickets downtown, but they also came into my neighborhood. Down there on Open Street where it goes like that and it's one lane behind the Hillcrest, they write parking tickets down there. On your curb between Douglas and Oakland, there on Clifton, it's all no parking. They'd come through there and write tickets. I know because I married a parking control checker. She found our house. That's why we live in this neighborhood. You asked about, can you put triple pane glass windows in your house? My house was built in 1919. I put 29 triple pane windows in that house.
But did they let you register it then?
It's not historic, but it didn't deter from the appearance of the house. 3323 Oakland, drive by and look at it. You're gonna go, they look pretty damn nice. It's a challenge. For the woman that says, oh, I'd love to live in this neighborhood. If they pass this parking lot, call me. You can buy my house and you can live in this neighborhood because it's gonna go downhill. The curb, no, the parking lot, if they go that way, yes. Keep that in mind. It improves traffic flow. Everybody wants traffic flow. So open up the curbs. If you deny the parking lot, then let them park on the curb. They'll fix the curbs, take out the driveways, the 3 driveways that are there that nobody parks in front of for some reason because they think I can't park in front of the driveway. They'll have more parking space on the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying late for us too.
Any other speakers?
Try to make it as short as possible. I know it's late and I didn't really plan on speaking, nor have I spoken in front of a crowd like this before, like ever. But I have a lot of respect for Tori as a boss, a person, just a human in general, to be honest with you. Giving me the opportunity to work in this restaurant as a server and a bartender. I've never worked in a restaurant before. I was really kind of used to retail and just doing the day-to-day job 9 to 5. But being able to touch as many lives while also having social anxiety before coming to the job, that's why I'm also not comfortable up here whatsoever. But giving me the opportunity to work in the restaurant and touch as many lives as I've been able to touch and giving people the experiences that I've been able to give, I don't think like it's changed my life drastically. This last year has been pretty crazy, and it's honestly due to working in the Belmont. I've met so many people and touched a lot of lives. Just the other night, it was Sunday evening. It wasn't too busy. I had a guy, first time in, he was given a $50 gift card. I don't know who from. He was 100 plus miles out of town. He drove to Wichita because he didn't want to stay in his hometown on the rainy day, which I thought was extremely, I don't want to say sad, but like he was sitting in the booth by himself. You know, he ordered an appetizer, dinner, dessert, and he enjoyed his evening. He was in Wichita the entire day just to enjoy himself in general. But the fact that he came to the Belmont that night and it was his first time and I got to take care of him and give him the experience that he did. I hate to say it, I seen him walk all the way down the street to where I park. And I park, but sometimes on a busier night, half a mile from the Belmont. And I can prove to you from, our health app on our iPhones nowadays, track our steps. I put in 12 to 13,000 steps a day at work on a busy night. And I was born with club feet, and that's when your feet are inward and your knees are straight at birth, so you have to have surgery to get the tendons taken in. So I have feet problems as it is, and when I have to walk half a mile after work, after working 8 hours and 13,000 steps, do I want to walk another half mile to a mile to get to my car that I had to park before I got to work and I got busy? No, absolutely not. And at the end of the day, you guys complain about the headlights in your houses and in your windows. What's the difference between them on the street and them in a parking lot? Regardless, it's gonna happen at the end of the day, you're gonna get a headlight in your window. It's called evolution too, by the way. The world's constantly evolving. I think you guys said that it's been able to support the cars and everybody that's gone or needed to come to the Belmont or the Larchers in the past, but that's not true. I mean, I'm pretty sure since Chef Jen's been there beginning of the year, business has increased a lot in just this last year. So the fact that you guys say that there was enough parking then and there's enough parking now, not even close. There's so many more people that come to the Belmont just this last year than they have in the last 3 years. I mean, they opened in the middle of COVID and they're still here. So you guys gotta give them the credit. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for Tori and what he's done. And like she had said earlier, the hospitality part of it all, so undermined, but it's changed my life a lot. And I'm very, very passionate about serving, as odd as it sounds, but like I love taking care of people and being where I am. So I support the parking lot. I just wanted to end on that on a positive note, not be a negative Nancy. And I do would love the parking lot. Have a good night, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Does that wrap up everyone who's speaking? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll bring discussion back to the DAB.
Go back. Could we,
Yeah.
you want us to kind of respond to a couple of things that were said? If you don't mind.
All questions and comments will come from DAB. They will respond to what's been said.
Some of the things that have been brought up is kind of a random order, from some notes that I took, but safety and visibility, I know that it was brought up to like the 1 foot candle. I know that's a technical measurement. I don't know what that specifically is, but we definitely want to make sure that it's as safe as possible, right? So if that's what 1 foot candle is or isn't, I don't know if it needs to be more to be safe. We're all for safety, and making sure that it also fits with the neighborhood, with that so that it doesn't impact the neighboring houses, for sure. But I just want to bring that up. Precedent was brought up as well, and you can always go back and forth on what words mean and doesn't mean, but is the precedent already said by the other parking lots that already go back to Oakland? Or are we setting a new precedent, or is precedent set when churches needed more parking, so they took down homes and there weren't issues there? I mean, I don't know, you could go back and forth on a lot of those things, but
I wouldn't mind.
go ahead, yes.
Asking Alyssa, the precedent I think we're talking about is somebody goes in and tears something down that is not already half destructed by weather and wind, and that buys them something.
Right.
That's the precedent we don't want to set.
Sure, I understand that.
Just thought I'd clarify that since you were talking about other types of
Got it.
precedents.
So the precedent I was talking about is the use of land in that area, I guess.
Well, the
Is-
precedent some of us are really feeling is we don't want folks to look at what you did here
Sure.
and what you got from it as that's the way to work. That's the way to get my way. Just go in and destroy
Yep,
something.
I'm following you. for
And
sure.
what are they gonna do then?
And if we could go back in time, I would, but we can't at this point. But I understand that.
We just
Yep.
need to be clear of what we're
No, I
talking about.
appreciate that, because I was looking at it in a
That,
different.
that's the precedent that we're concerned about.
Yep, that makes sense. The lots currently have mixed zoning in it. There is some office, it's different slivers and it's kind of a weird conglomeration in there, but some of them currently right now are zoned, office, and limited commercial currently. So we're just looking to bring the rest of it into that same classification. I know that it was brought up too, there's homes without driveways, and our 29 spaces enough. Anything that gets any car off the street for cars that don't have, so essentially for those homes, 4 or 6 spaces may be enough. Right? Like, I think again, it's an open-ended question that I don't know if anybody, if the Preservation Society has like a number of parking spaces that would be sufficient, because I know you said 29 is not, but do you know what that number is?
You don't want to say any parking spaces, I'm sorry.
Got it. I know that Happiness Plaza also, it was built in 1967, and it's part of College Hill and has been since it's was built at that point in time. And we've tried to really bring it back to life. It was vacant on the front end, and places for people. That's what we try to do with all of Happiness Plaza, was make it a place for people, and that's where people are going. And so I think that it's been successful in the places for people. It was brought up that if there's not enough parking, there's also the downside of places for people, and that there needs to be that. It also states that if there is going to be parking, it should be behind the building. The frontage of the building should be as inviting to the street frontage as possible, which we've tried to do in everything that we've done. It also talks about adding additional landscaping to any of those, all that's in places for people, and we've tried to check every single one of those boxes to conform to that space. I don't know if you have anything else, right?
I think one of the things I wanted to touch on was one of the speakers got up here and talked about how it was just denial after denial after denial before. That's not accurate. Go back to the last time this was submitted in 2023. It did pass planning commission. We did pass DAB as well. I think it was 6-3 vote in favor. And then at city council, it was 5-2 in favor, but we needed 6-1. We needed a supermajority. So we did pass DAB last time, and it was 5-2 in favor at city council. It was just, we needed 6-1. So I just wanted to make sure that was kind of clarified and provide you guys the context of that. So
it was brought up too, who wants a parking lot across the street from their house, but there's 27 people that do, 25 from the condos, and Scientology does, and the house to our west does as well. That would be directly next to this parking lot. Just wanted to end on that as well.
Any questions from the DAB?
Yeah, how open are you to Emily's conditions of the screening on the south and east, masonry limited in color to earth tone, landscaping maintained in perpetuity, shade trees, and limiting the lights?
So I think open to looking at, I think that the as far as screening and fencing, sure, like we want to do that. Whether it's what material that is still to be determined, I guess. As you get into different aspects of it, the cost becomes significant. And so we're trying to also figure out what's realistic for us to be able to do. Also, as far as safety and height, open to it, make sure it blocks car headlights, but I do think a 6 or 8 foot fence all the way around the parking lot becomes a huge safety hazard, right? It blocks every headlight for sure, but then it becomes super dangerous. So I think there needs to be a balance of everything, right? That's there. The lighting, yes, 100%. The landscaping, yes, 100%.
Do you guys currently have lighting on the south side of your building?
We do.
Is it blocked? I guess.
There's a fence that's there currently, for the majority of it. There's never been any complaints from any neighbors, that are on that side. But it is lit down the alley down the backside of the building.
Will there be any additional lighting land along the back of the building?
No. No, it would all be, bollards inside the parking lot space itself.
You're on the steering committee for this neighborhood plan. I'm curious to hear from you. How do you think this fits in with just, obviously it's very rough draft and form, but like the idea and the concept is there in terms of what College Hill residents are wanting? How do you think this fits in with that?
I mean, it's both, I guess, right? So people want a community place to gather, that's come up numerous times. More community events, different things of that sort. And that's what we try to be. So that's the side of Packard Plaza that we're trying to be. From what we hear from a lot of folks are, again, parking issues. That's how the first house that we even bought, Dana came up to me and said, Tori, you need to buy my house and you should make it a parking lot. No one wants to live here with cars in front of it. And I said, I don't know, let's discuss it and see. We ended up purchasing her house. I mean, that's where the first idea came from, was from a neighbor that was right there. That's been the number one complaint since we've been there, and so that's what we've been continuing to try to work to resolve.
Yeah, she, one of the owners of the homes that we did purchase there, I mean, at one point was putting her own cones out on Clifton to try and tell cars they could not park out there. She didn't want them continuing to park in front of her house. That's kind of where we've gotten to today to try and help solve some of those problems.
Last question for you, I promise. But I feel like because I asked for the last case, I wanna make sure, like, what impact would this have if the recommendation is to delay this?
If it's to delay it, I mean, it's been an ongoing thing for the last couple of years.
To delay, I'm sorry, I should clarify, to delay it until after the College Hills neighborhood plan is solidified.
So I think kind of in the same, like we've been trying to work on a solution for the last couple of years. It would just continue to be an issue for neighbors, guests, and I mean, it does have financial burdens on the restaurants as well too. There's numerous times where people drive by and they're like, no thanks, like it's parking's difficult, right? And as we get into the colder weather, I mean, in the 60-mile-an-hour winds and rain, you know, are you walking multiple blocks, or are you just gonna go to the next place where you can park and be able to walk one block, right? Whatever, something of that sort. So there's impacts for sure.
But there's a commitment to work within this plan.
Yes, well, yes.
The plan's not
finished.
done though. But
Correct.
It's not final, right? So I mean, I think there's a commitment to work within what we've presented as far as the design of the parking lot.
Absolutely.
And what requirements there are from the city for some screening. I think, no, I mean, I would work here today to try and get this thing moving forward. I mean, it's been an ongoing thing for years now, and we've had dialogue multiple times, kind of consistent dialogue over that time with the neighborhood and with our neighbors. Hence the support letters we have from basically everyone that surrounds our entire property. So we're not in any way looking to delay the decision. That's what you're asking. I mean, our hope is obviously not to delay it.
Or somebody who knows, does the College Hill neighborhood plan have a rough timeline?
We are going
5 years, 10 years?
Oh.
20 years?
Well, I hope not. I think that the plan was to be kind of done by now. Yeah, so
It's
hopefully
months, not years.
With the,
Yeah.
you're talking the plan, not the overlay.
not the overlay, just the neighborhood plan. And, you know, I think there's, even in creating a plan, there's different directions that you can take with that plan. And so there's like a plan A, and then there's kind of get feedback, and then there's a plan B, and see what that feedback is as well. It just takes time to get it to where it needs to be.
Especially as we go over individual words and different pieces, doesn't.
Which is great,
It
right?
is great, it is great, that's, I agree, right, it's, but it takes more time.
Thank y'all.
Yep.
Sure, thank you.
Seeing no questions, it's time to make a decision. So entertain a motion.
Can I ask a question of staff?
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
This precedent issue. Is that an identified issue that comes up from time to time? And if so, is there anything we can do to protect our position from having it come back to bite us?
There's always precedent, you know, whenever you make a decision, there's precedent. And so, you know, the tricky thing about all of this is that property owners have the right to demolish their buildings if they want to. They don't have to wait for precedent either. So, you know, the next person doesn't have to wait for this decision to be made. They could already do that, but it will make it easier for their path forward, I would think. So, I mean, that's just something that you have to kind of wrestle with in your own minds, I guess.
I would say too, and I'm not staff, but that every case is unique and that's why it comes to DAB and everything has different mitigating factors. This decision is not an easy decision and it's not one that is going to be clear cut where everybody is going to be happy. It's just not. And so I understand and I hear the precedent. I've lived through this now with Lawanda and Michaela. This is our third time now hearing all of this. I've been on both sides of the fence. My mom lived at 200 or 300 Clifton Place for a number of years. She recently sold her condo and there's some funny things happening in the market right now. It's not like it used to be. And she got well over asking price for her condo in that unit. And I think a large part of it is to the value that people see in that location. And a lot of that is because it's a lovely part of the community, right? So it's a good business, it has good walkability, but yes, there are some downfalls as well.
My concern is, and was that if there was a way to pseudo codify the fact that I went through with the people in the neighborhood who were crying, okay, when those houses came down.
Yeah, I felt
I
it
was
too.
there with them
I was
as they
shocked.
cried, and
Absolutely.
I was a Lee Green associate and trying to teach sustainability in the churches and whatnot, and all of a sudden I've got these people just crying.
Yeah.
And I just wondered if there is any kind of thing that we can implement as we say this. If there would be any way to say that, you know, if it were a legal proceeding, I would say that I want it put in the record that we do not approve of tearing down houses just to make something happen more expeditiously.
And I think a response.
You know, maybe we can't do that.
Well, I think a response to that is that we do have this neighborhood plan, that we had a $50,000 investment into creating a neighborhood plan. And that's precedent I don't think the city wants, is that every time somebody wants to come into College Hill and their business is not a good fit and their solution is to tear down houses, I don't think the city's gonna wanna spend $50,000 every single time on creating a new neighborhood plan or having to adjust that or to deal with it. I will say with the feedback that I think that we've garnered is that it's one of those things in the neighborhood that people, they do want to see the businesses grow and thrive, and especially businesses that are smaller, right? Those are assets to our community. They're obviously, in addition to creating jobs, right? They're also community hubs where people can go and celebrate and gather. Their vendors are other local vendors as well. And so, but the flip side of that is that we also want to maintain our housing stock, and we don't have a lot of that. We're not China, we're not making new land, right? So, you know, in my opinion, where I stand on this is that the Belmont has given the neighborhood a gift and that we are getting a neighborhood plan, a 25-year vision for the future. And in return for that, did we lose two beautiful houses? Absolutely. Do I ever see another house wanted to be
Still,
torn
that's
down?
That's past tense. We're looking at what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
going forward.
So now we're getting a neighborhood plan where, for the most part, it says we are not in favor of tearing down houses in the future. And until that plan comes to fruition, it's the goal of this district advisory board to maintain that. Given these mitigating factors, is the way that I see it.
Can I just interject?
Mhm.
Just, yeah, no, I always go back to 17th Street by WSU. I always go back there. A precedent was set when they started bulldozing those homes. But it wasn't just bulldozing the homes, it was also changing the code on the property once it was bulldozed.
Right.
And that was the precedent, you know, yeah. You own the home, do whatever you want to do with it. But when they come here and say, oh yeah, we want a zone change, that's the precedent.
Right.
And that's what allows, that's why all those homes on 17th Street were bulldozed. And there's apartments are built now. So a precedent can be set. And if you weren't here, I'll be having this private conversation. It's just something, a precedent is set, but it's not just it's also the changing the zone, changing the codes and all of that. So that's why I made it so much easier on 17th Street to see all these apartments go up and those homes that could have been refurbished, bulldozed. But no businesses was going up over there either. I mean, this is kind of a little different in College Hill, a little different, but still the same thing. Once the approval was done, it kept going done over and over and over and over again.
And completely changed the character. around
Completely
17th
changed
Street.
how it looks over there.
Is there a motion?
I've motioned to approve with the outlined recommended conditions at number 11. And I will briefly explain why I make this motion. I did have a moment to flip through the College Hill neighborhood plan rough draft, and there's a few things that stuck out to me. One was safety, ease, and convenience of walking. I don't know that having blocks and blocks of cars in neighborhood, blocks and blocks of neighborhood parking taken up by outside of the neighborhood parking is safe, easy, or convenient for anyone. The brick streets, I live in the neighborhood like next door, so East Front. I live just west of Hillside. I live on a brick street, and people park on both sides of the brick street. It's a pain in the ass. Mine's a little narrower than Oakland. Considering people who have disabilities or mobility issues, having to park 2 and 3 blocks away and then walk down a brick road or a brick sidewalk in the winter or whatever. I love Clifton Square. I love the things in Clifton Square, especially Ziggy. I never go to Clifton Square because there's nowhere to park. I think it's a mistake to continue to just kind of casually rely on local churches to bail us out of city planning issues. I definitely 100% believe that Wichita in general has a problem with outside businesses squeezing themselves into places that maybe aren't appropriate. And I definitely feel like there are portions of the Douglas Design District and in College Hill that mirror that. The other thing is the Brick Street maintenance. I love my Brick Street, and we have 1 million cars go down it, 25 trash trucks, which Mary Beth loves to complain about. And it does do a lot of wear and tear on the brick roads. So there's that also to consider, which I saw. We've talked a lot about queue line tonight, and I don't know how many people in this room rely on public transportation. I am not one of them, but I used to, like, a long, long, long time ago. You are not going anywhere in Wichita reliably on their public transportation. It's been said multiple times that the Q line is the line that has like the lowest ridership of all of them. So that tells me that not even College Hill is using the Q line. So I think it's beyond naive to rely on public transportation without an insanely robust injection of infrastructure from the city and county, which will take a decade. I do support, I do think it's terrible houses are torn down. I love old houses. I live in an old house. There was an argument that we could put houses back on the property because there's already infrastructure in the ground and everything. Probably could build more houses there, could probably build 2 more houses. I don't expect that, I don't expect that any of them would be even close to affordable housing. What with the current property values and the robust future of the College Hill neighborhood. And so and again, yeah, we're not building land, so I don't know how, it just doesn't make sense to me to say that we want to welcome this business and we want to work with the businesses, and when there's an argument to be made for good faith. And then also deny maybe the infrastructure that needs to be, yeah, I agree, it's unfortunate that we are in this position. It's unfortunate that we don't have enough places for everybody to park, but before the Belmont went in there, I don't even remember there being anything else in that space the whole time I've lived there. And what does an abandoned space in the middle of College Hill due to property values? So I make the motion for all those, also because I'm tired of looking at the dirt hole.
There is a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Wait a minute. Were you doing just the 11 or the other ones that Emily had suggested? Or just the 11?
I had the 11, I had mentioned the 11 approved. I didn't like Emily's idea of a wall because that does sound like a safety concern. Especially already being behind a building off of Main Street.
Could you add in the landscaping maintained in perpetuity?
Yeah.
Yes. I would add.
The friendly amendment.
What?
The
The
friendly.
Yes.
the friendly amendment.
Yes.
Getting some of those pencils. Joking. I'm joking.
Michaela, the motion is for approval with the recommendation from staff and the friendly amendment of keeping the landscape in good quality in perpetuity. And it has been seconded. Any further discussion on the motion?
I don't think so. I just want to reiterate the public transportation. There is that transit survey out that I talked about, and it seems like that has been brought up frequently throughout this entire meeting. So things will not change until our voices, our voices are heard. So get on and take the survey.
So a transit company all gets this.
See cars like that. Yeah. So that's Wichita.gov transit surveys open. That we appreciate. That was my
All right, let's do hand signs again. So all in favor of the stated motion, please respond by raising your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. This item has passed 6-2. We are on to our final item. Remember, our next DAB meeting is December 4th here, 6 p.m. Our next breakfast, the Violence Interrupted, are our guests. All of those who would like to adjourn, please stand up, pack your stuff.
Really quick, Dad, before y'all head out, hate to keep y'all. I did print 1,562 pages of paper today for y'all. If we could, and you don't have to talk about it now, everybody wants to go home, but think about possibly just transitioning to laptops.
Definitely.
We're all tech savvy, I think, so we all.
Yeah.